What's the motherfucking deal? No, that's not smart. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I apologize. I'm trying to tighten something up at the end of that. I am your host with the most. Who was that? Who was the ghost with the most? Who was the ghost with the most? It wasn't Casper. Who was the fucking ghost with the most? Anyway, I'm your host, Ed Honcho. Welcome to the den. If you're not familiar with the den is the best conversation on the internet. Tonight we're going to talk about a couple of things. We're going to start off talking about a little bit more about this R. Kelly situation. You know, the interview kind of continued on with the girlfriends and, you know, kind of expand upon what happened yesterday. The parents have given interviews. And we're just going to kind of speak on this whole situation because it's odd. It's a lot of strange shit going on, and we really need to discuss it. You know, we really got to figure some things out, because it's really concerning. This is the behavior of almost everyone involved with this thing. Again, we're going to talk a little bit more about Hollyweird, and you know, and even though it may not necessarily be Hollywood, anything entertainment, all that shit, I call all that Hollywood. But again, before we get into all of that, I want to thank you. Shout out to all the dengenerates, the denizens, the den folk, all the friends in the den for joining me this evening. Make sure you're following the Den on all the proper socials, facebook.com/DenShowLive, Twitter and Instagram, different platforms, same name, @DenShowLive. Appreciate the follow for everybody who has done that. Excuse me. Now, also, we need to talk about, let me get the right button there. Yes. If you want to ever contact the Den, even if the Den is not live, you can always call into the Den at 1, or everybody has cell phones, so we don't even use 1 anymore. 833-284-3336. 833, the number 2, the Den is the easy way to remember that. Or denshowlive@gmail.com. If you ever want to just leave a little bit of constructive criticism, you know, share your opinions, your thoughts, particular topic that may be of interest, some breaking news or whatever it may be, that's always greatly appreciated. And if you want to tell your friends about the Den, tell them to go to thedenshow.com. And yes, appreciate it, Stina Starry-Eyed, proud Patreon supporter, and I appreciate that support. Patreon link in the description below, patreon.com/thedenshow. I do believe it is the Den Show, because I think Den Show Live is the other one. It's either Den Show or Den Show Live, but the link is in the description. I guess it would help for me to properly remember that, but I appreciate the Patreon support, so thank you very much for that. Again, I know, yes, and if you want to show love in other ways, you can support the Den at streamlabs.com/thedenshow. And there are other links in the description below. For those of you who said you've had trouble using Streamlabs, you can use some of the alternative sources in the description to talk about it. So let's talk about what's more important than R. Kelly, what's more important than anything else that's happening. Excuse me, and that is you guys, the friends of the Den, to see who we have joining us this evening. And then we're going to get into this conversation because, man, it's a lot to fucking talk about. Then we'll open up the Den line and we'll get some good conversation going here shortly. Heidi, DeMarcus, Jared Key, Keisha R, Nicole Moody. It sounds like a new name. Welcome to the Den. V Darko, what's the motherfucking deal? Montero, what's the motherfucking deal? Beyond a Funny Nigga. Hey, y'all make sure y'all follow Beyond a Funny. They got a Instagram comedy special coming soon. Make sure you check that out. Those are always very entertaining. Stina Starry-Eyed, T'Challa, Captain Diggler, Sean. Let's see. What's the motherfucking deal to all of you? Appreciate you all joining us. Cavity Creep, what's the motherfucking deal? McVice, Roman, it's your boy Roman. My bad, Roman. I saw you messing at the end of Saw Sports, and I apologize I wasn't able to get you on, man. But I'll make sure I got you. I got you tomorrow. Rigo, Mello, Cartier White, Eastside Hero, Cassie Cage, man. Good to see you all. I hope you're all having a wonderful, in H-Town we say Throwed Thursday. And I hope you all are doing good. It was Coast to Coast. Space Ghost was the ghost with the most. Word? Okay, that's cool. All right, so, man, I hope all of y'all are doing well. And I know I said, hey, watch the Vice thing. We're going to talk about the Vice thing. Let me know if my mic is real loud. It looks like I'm a little loud here. If I'm too loud, y'all let me know. And I know I said to watch that, and we're going to talk about it. But, yeah, I just saw David Irvin tripping, smoking on the fucking thing. 400%. All right. I saw that motherfucker was in the red zone, so we're going to turn that bitch down just a little bit. You know, unfortunately, the Texans don't get in the red zone enough. Okay, good. And so, and I know I told y'all check out the Vice special between the liberals and the conservatives, the black liberals and the black conservatives. We're going to talk about that briefly, but depending on what happens, we may dedicate more time to it tomorrow. Either we'll get to it in the show today. You know how we do in a day, and sometimes we're a little all over the place. So let's talk about it though. The R. Kelly situation. I guess we could start with yesterday's interview. We saw R. Kelly, and he was kind of emotionally all over the place, and his behavior was questionable. So we had some calls come in yesterday. Some people said, hey, you know, he did the right thing. He made people feel, you know, he humanized himself in the eyes of people. And I was like, okay, that's actually true. We had someone call in who had stated previously that they were no fan of R. Kelly, but it made him seem human in their eyes. And so I said, interesting. Vincent Bryson, what's the motherfucking deal? And so, you know, that may be a thing. You know, maybe his goal wasn't to prove his innocence. He just had to put himself out there, the court of public opinion. It's that's kind of what got him in this situation right now anyway, right? They put out this special, you know, R. Kelly wasn't wanted or concerned. They weren't concerned with R. Kelly, maybe outside of child support. But, you know, the documentary comes out and now people change their opinion. Documentary came out about MJ. People are talking about taking his music off the radio. Fuck that, all right? This is that nonsense. We live in this day and age of jumping to conclusions. Now with R. Kelly, I kind of see where it could be justified, but we'll talk about that. So then today, the two girlfriends, they go on and they have an interview. And I'm going to tell you some things. And again, Gayle King, known associate of Oprah, probably more than just an associate, but anyway. And my thing is, I feel like there was a narrative to be pushed, and I'm sure Oprah's behind it. I'm not putting anything past anybody, but I know that there was a narrative to be pushed since the first interview because the way she handled R. Kelly and the questioning and things like that. And that's one thing, you know, the questions, I guess you could say, were kind of fair, but slightly biased. But now you had these two young women come out and speak their minds or, you know, speak their piece. And I felt like she was trying to guide them in a particular direction. Okay, with the commentary, the question she was asking. And I have to give, you know, the young women credit for standing firm in a sense. And what I mean by that is I'm not sure which one is which. I'm not sure which one was Savage and which one was Clary, right? But, you know, Gayle King started asking questions. Well, what kind of relationship is this? You know, and they said, well, we both have a relationship with him. You know, sometimes we all go to the park. Sometimes we all watch movies together, whatever. Then she started trying to get into, was it a sexual relationship? And the little one checked her, the darker one checked and said, hey, it's none of your fucking business. Well, she ain't say that, but it's none of your business, essentially. And Gayle said, well, yeah, it is because, you know, this situation is different. She's like, well, do you tell people your business? You're not out there telling everybody about your sexual relationship, are you? No, because I'm sure her and Oprah munching carpet is not something she wants to talk about. But so my thing is, he said attorney that represented the first case that was guilty as hell was deathbed. No, that's unfortunate. But like I say, the two young ladies, and if they stand in defense of him and they're happy, you know, who's to say that what they're doing is wrong? If they're happy about the situation, if they're happy about the scenario that they're in, if they're happy in their I don't know which one, I can't remember, polygamous, polyamory, whatever. It's all a bunch of shit going on. Relationship, they don't feel like they're being held captive. They don't feel like they're in any kind of particular way. Then is it wrong? And that's what I wonder about. I mean, you're free to live the life you choose to live. And I do think that there are some things. And the chick said, you know, basically her parents tried to prostitute her. Is how she felt. She said that they tried to extort money from R. Kelly. This is what she said. Now, a lot of people are saying R. Kelly brainwashed him. People saying R. Kelly has done this, that, and the third. That's a powerful, powerful thing to be able to turn someone against their parents. Very powerful. And so it's very interesting to see. Ray, what's the motherfucking deal? Balin, Jess Sarah, what's the motherfucking deal? Ali Gangs, what's the motherfucking deal? Clayton Geary, good to see you. What's the motherfucking deal? Simply Deep. Strawberry 32, what's the motherfucking deal? Border Jumper, make sure I ain't missing nobody. If I miss you, I ain't dish you. Jay Dizzle, what's the motherfucking deal? So Lyric Northside, what's the motherfucking deal? So what I'm saying though is, if they're happy, who's to judge their situation? Now she's come out and said that she felt like both of them kind of said, insinuated that their parents had tried to exploit them. She said, made her feel like a prostitute, whatever. She said her dad is a manipulator, talked about speaking to him and looking him in his eyes and some other things. And we'll talk about the family in just a second because now I think Savage is the lighter skinned one. I think because her family, that's the one who looks more like that family. Her mom definitely had the cake face stuff going on, but we'll talk about that. That's not a reason to judge somebody just because they had a cakey face. So my situation is I'm looking at this, and this is something I said before, because we talked about how people put their kids in this position in the corner list. How they put kids in this position, they put the youth in this position, and maybe it didn't turn out the way that they wanted to. Maybe they figured, okay, we can hit R. Kelly with the okie doke and get a win off of it. You know what I'm saying? The bitch looks like Carrot. So, the motherfucking me family. Let's talk about them. And then we're going to kind of put all this stuff together. So the family, I caught about I think they had like a 40-minute interview. I couldn't watch all of it. But from what I noticed, it was just a lot of strange stuff going on to me. The lawyer did the majority of the speaking. He interrupted and cut them off even when they were just questioning the father. He cut in to make sure to say certain things. I don't understand, why. You have a legal team, but if you're not doing anything illegal, why do you need to be interrupted and not saying certain things? You should be able to speak freely. If you're not the party that is being, questioned or, taken into custody or anything like that, your actions aren't being questioned. You're the party that's trying to, get the answers. The little sister did a whole lot of fucking talking, and I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is she like the manager? Like, who is she to handle that situation? Because she came in there talking about what's different between my sister and Lady Gaga and all these other people. Well, all these other artists are established that worked with R. Kelly. Your sister trying to get on, so that's a big difference. So there's that. And then the littlest sister, they gave her some kind of little scripted ass response that she remembered, and you tell where the pops looking at her, you did good afterwards. They gave her a little scripted response to say, and a lot of that is to me PR, again, public opinion. Look, we're a desperate family. We just want to see our sister so badly. And again, for the other one, it's her. I guess she's a little bit younger, so she couldn't be, but maybe early 20s, probably in the teens. And me, I'm not a big fan of all that clown wear. She got all this shit in her head and fucking face, and she caked up like mom with the fucking super lashes and shit. I can't stand that shit. I really can't. I can't stand that motherfucking shit. Because they called to the Nubas, what's the motherfucking deal? And Phoenix, did you bring Zaxby's? But my thing is, it just seemed like a show. And here's my deal. The mother is key and essential to me. Okay. Her facial expressions, her demeanor made me question a lot. I don't know any mother who truly loves her child in a situation like that who, again, you hold strong. And if it's been going on for a while, I can understand that. But on a platform like that, when you truly have a chance to show your daughter, if you haven't talked to her, you haven't seen her, that you truly miss her, I would expect a much more emotional reaction. Momager. Exactly. I would have expected a much more emotional reaction from a mom. I mean, let's be honest. Moms are emotional. That's what they do, especially when it comes to their kids. They carry them motherfuckers for 9 months and they have feelings towards them. If she was concerned that your mom hadn't spoke to you in 2 years, hadn't heard from you in 2 years, there would be an emotional reaction, concern if she felt like you were in a dangerous place. It just, the responses from the family just seemed kind of, I don't know, man. I didn't get that vibe that it was a lot of concern. They said that they never received money. They said maybe because of some other payoffs that he had them confused or whatever else it may be. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But we'll have to figure it out. We'll have to, get down to it. But it's concerning. It's concerning because in the middle of all this are these two young ladies. And you have people who say they're concerned about them. You have people say they're getting attacked. You have them and they're saying that they're fine. And you have R. Kelly who is spazzing out. And then the mom said something about, you hadn't talked to your daughter in 2 years or since she's been with R. Kelly, but you know all this information about him having a bad temper, and when he gets angry, he threatens them and does. But how do you know these things? Like, who are you talking to? Who are you in contact with that is providing you this information? And so it's just a lot of things. And the dad, he did the right thing. He played it the right way. I'm a church going man. And that's what my family's all about. And that's not what it is. Y'all are trying to be celebrities. Let's be realistic about it. Y'all want to be famous. You want to push one of your kids to being famous. It is what it is. You can do whatever you want to do. But I'm sure she wasn't out there singing gospel music. And so, but he said, hey, I pray for everybody and I want everybody to, I'm praying for R. Kelly too. Played it perfectly. It is what it is. But again, a lot of things to be concerned about, a lot of things to discuss here. And so I want to know who's lying. Who's lying on who? Okay, we talked about R. Kelly and his whole positioning. His whole interview was weird, very questionable behavior. I didn't really buy into a lot of it. I think he was selling some shit that I'm just not buying, not even for a discount. I was expecting, again, album dropping or something with all those theatrics, but it is what it is. We're not talking about R. Kelly. We're talking about these girls, and are they lying to defend R. Kelly? Are they lying to defend their lifestyle? Are they lying to defend the position that they're in? To protect their current situation. If R. Kelly goes to jail, then, what do they have to gain? Because they easily could have said whatever the fuck they wanted to in that interview and capitalized and, again, await the book deals and all of the other shit. They've seen how big that surviving R. Kelly shit has blown up to be. They could have made some type of speech right then and there and been set, not at the whims of an R. Kelly. They could do what they want to do. They could have made a name for themselves right there. They had that opportunity. Now, aside from all of this, aside from everybody else, and then I'm going to probably open up the line here in a few after I kind of make this point. The thing that has bothered me most about all of this is Gayle's behavior, because in the interview, she carries herself one way. But then when it gets back to that little panel and they get to talking about it, there's a very clear bias. Even when she did the interview, she tried to refer to the girl's father. Well, your father said this, your father said that. Well, the girl herself, you're giving her a chance to speak. She's speaking her own mind. And you're kind of disavowing what she's saying, and you continue to go back, well, I talked to your father, and he said this, and he said that. Like, she's grown. She's 20-something years old. She's free to make her own decision. What her father says, and he's not there, is kind of irrelevant. But when she gets back to the panel, her and the panel, they say a lot of little things, but a lot of that is, again, not to say, we're not being honest, we're not being free and unbiased here. It's definitely heavily in the fact that, they feel like R. Kelly's guilty. He was behind the scenes and he was coughing loudly and, he was listening in and, he was doing all this stuff, that they were saying about it. And so my thing is, why didn't you have that same demeanor? You didn't carry that same demeanor in the interviews that you have whenever you go back to that panel. And so what happens is, the panel is swaying people because people are starting to listen to that and they're not realizing the media has an agenda. We need a story. We need something big to talk about, because it ain't, a lot of people are getting tired of hearing about Trump and other stuff. So we need another big name to fuel. And so you got to make sure people are believing in this bias. And I'm not saying I don't think R. Kelly didn't do some of this shit. I don't think he currently has some type of sex cult. I don't think that he's holding these women hostage. I think they're willfully there. They want to be there. Now, has he done other shit in the past? Because if you look at the allegations, they're from, 98 to 2008, something like that. It's like a 10-year span. So we're talking about old allegations. We're not talking about what's happening right now. The interviews are about what's happening right now. So let's separate that. So let's not try to, mix all of it together. As far as what he did he do those things back in the past? Probably then. Has he probably done other stuff that's not on record? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I really feel like, I don't want to say absolutely because I don't know, but here's the deal. If there's evidence, if there's a tape, if whatever's going on and it's clear and it's full of proof, then there's that. But we're talking about right now R. Kelly chaining up women in his basement, sex cults, raids into his house, and they separating the women in one room and him in another. And they've said that they're happy, they're not being held against their will, and all this other shit. This is what the fuck people got to get. Y'all got to separate the two instances. Crimes, whatever he did, he got to deal with that. But what he has currently going on is something completely different. And this is about R. Kelly, these two young ladies' relationship, and what these parents are saying, and are they trying to extort? These people? So we're going to talk about that. But definitely Gayle has a lot of bias, and she's definitely trying to sway it some way. And instead of just using this as a chance for her to have probably maybe one of her biggest interviews of her career, she's definitely putting a lot of opinion into it, and I think that's actually hurting the way that the conversation is going about this whole topic. So I'm gonna be honest, I was not looking at the chat as much as I should, so I'm gonna catch up with some of y'all are saying. But while I do that, let me get it together. I won't be surprised if the internet try to get a little janky. I mean, what do we got going on over here? Let's try this. I wonder if that's impacting. And then let me get ready to open the line up. Give me a second. It's not open yet. Let's close this shit. Yeah. But I want to know how y'all feel when I open up the line. Again, let's separate R. Kelly and the charges from the interview and the conversation about the girls, about the parents, about those things. Okay, let's change that conversation, and then we'll come back to the rest of it. Let's see. There's definitely a point I would need to address how old is 15 really. Exactly. Some of these motherfuckers know what's up. I give my pass with Johnson because you can't smash. Gotta look. We're not talking about how bad they. We're talking about what's going on. All right. I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. Anything you can say using the court of law? And he done. Yeah, they trying to take him out. The little sister bigger than the big sister. That's funny. Let me catch it out. Silence shows they want to win a case. They don't care about the justice of it. Say, let R. Kelly slip on everything. Hyper scrutinize the body language of a victim. Nobody's let R. Kelly slip on anything, so you're not following correctly. Like I said, that's why we're separating these things. We've already spoken about R. Kelly. So this isn't about R. Kelly. This is about the people. Let's talk about the people who are willingly with him. This has nothing to do with victims. If they're victims, they would be not with R. Kelly. We're not talking about those people. I don't care about those people. Those are people from, I guess, the whatever. We're talking about the people who are willingly with R. Kelly, and we're talking about their parents, and we're talking about Gayle King. So different stuff. And we already talked about R. Kelly yesterday. All right. Just because you weren't here doesn't mean that. Heidi. The parents are controlling. They want their daughter to live the way they wanted to live. Okay. Then no, R. Kelly, a pedophile, gets no sympathy from me. R. Kelly's guilty, but I believe the parents are also at fault. It's just odd people often care all of a sudden this shit new and nobody knew about it. This is Mr. P. That's fucking funny. So let's see. You say, when you think you're in love, you only see what you want to see, so they believe you've done nothing wrong. There's been rumors about R. Kelly since I was a junior in high school. I'm 35 now. Exactly. She had a different script when she was on the panel. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Father said he can't have a baby, so he left her rubber at home. Terrible. So Gayle needs to promote this Friday night interview special. Okay. All right. Angel Wood, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome to the den. I think that's a new name for me. Was Jay-Z another R. Kelly? Hell yeah. Jay-Z was dipping in the honey pot. Honey wasn't even ready yet. Yeah, she definitely turns on him during the panel. And that's what I'm saying. That's the thing, man. Bill Cosby have sex with this stanky asshole. That's funny. Rape victims, including men, sometimes do not recall their trauma 10, 20, 30 years later. Well, that's terrible. STP. I was thinking about the car shit. Stone Temple Pilots. Background says, yeah, she's low key hating. All right, Jay Dizzle. Mind control could also be a den topic. Yes. Mind power. Yes. Steve Jackson, man. Texas Steve, what's the motherfucking deal, man? So you think the girls are suffering from Stockholm syndrome already? All right, good night, T'Challa. Okay, mind control over deep. Gayle been wearing that 90. Said, man, look, that's how Oprah like it, man. What you mean? Shit, what you mean? Rashida Reed, what's the motherfucking deal? Steve, Dan, we talking about this whole R. Kelly situation, man. And we're finna open up the line. We talking about these interviews. We talking about the young ladies and their opinions and they interviews, their parents and what they looking like. But wow, that's the Denline number. Y'all can open up. Y'all can call in. Dylan Terrell, what's the motherfucking deal? We're gonna probably end up talking about the Vice video. We're gonna probably talk about it tonight because this is out of Den. That's how we do. We'll start off talking about one thing and then the topic will eventually work its way into something else. But if we don't speak on it today, we'll definitely talk about it tomorrow. But I have a feeling we're gonna end up talking about it tonight. Already. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we got calling into the Den this evening?
Man, it's your boy Roman.
Roman, what's the motherfucking deal, man? How you feeling about these interviews? Did you have a chance to see them?
Yeah, I seen them this morning.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion on these interviews, man?
All right, well, I'm not going to talk about R. Kelly. I feel like I've talked about him enough, and I could go on and on, but come on, man. I think everybody knows everything about R. Kelly. But about Gayle, I feel like these women, these parents, that's my three topics. First, I'm going to start with Gayle, Oprah's girlfriend. And I feel like Gayle wasn't asking the right questions. I feel like she led in the questions knowing that they were not going to answer them. She led in the questions knowing, that wasn't going to be right or that wasn't going to sit right with them, And I just don't feel like Gayle was the right interview because I feel like she wasn't tough enough on the questions. You get Alania, I can't think of her name, on the dark skinned lady on Oprah's channel. Alania, I can't say her name, but get her. She was gonna ask the deep questions. She's really gonna get into people's minds and really is gonna get to a deep topic, But with somebody like Gayle, come on, she's paid by CBS, man. I feel like she just wanted it. They just wanted to get a familiar face that everybody knows just to do it, but I don't feel like it really makes sense. Now, when it comes to these parents, man, now I do feel like, yes, R. Kelly has put a kind of a mind control, kind of like a Charles Manson, kind of the Manson family mindset in these girls' head, and Jocelyn Savage, and I can't think of the other girl. But those two, I think he has. It's kind of like Charles Manson. But these parents ain't it either. Do I think the parents made their daughter do that to be sexual with R. Kelly and all that? No, I feel like that's a lie. I feel like some R. Kelly probably coached them on to do that. But I do feel like these parents, his history. You know him messing with these kids. You know him messing with this. Just a little bit before that, he's on the trial, and you let your child mess with this man, make music. R. Kelly, his history of pinning on people, I think R. Kelly's never pinned on nobody that's became successful. So why would you go, yes, he's a musical genius, but why would you go somebody like R. Kelly to promote your child, to think they're doing something bigger, So I feel like that makes the parents dumb. It's just, why would y'all mess with R. Kelly all of a sudden? Like, y'all know his history. That's what just gets me about the parents. Man. I just think that's idiotic, man. I think it's stupid. Now when it comes to the girls, man, I think R. Kelly has just broken them down, bro. I think the way they talk and the way they are, he has made them believe that their parents have turned on them and made them believe, oh yeah, our parents made us want to do these videos, and then wouldn't that sound like your coach to say that? Wouldn't that sound like, oh yeah, he told me? That sounds like R. Kelly himself would say that. And it's sad, like, I'll bring up Charles Manson because I feel like it's like the Manson fan when Charles Manson just kidnapped these people and he got them to believing, yeah, this is right. You believe in me. I am God, which he was not, And I feel like that's what R. Kelly has got them. They're not victims. They are openly with, as they say, openly with him, but that going in, holding hands, just like the Manson family. It's disturbing, like how he can think like that, you know. And he even in the interview, he gives himself away by saying, "I would never chain the girls up, not feed them." Da da da. That's everything said in the interview. Why are you saying it in detail? Gayle didn't even ask you that question. You're saying it in detail, so it's like you're kind of telling on yourself, man. But and then. And my last point, all the people around him, they're just as shady. They just people who went to go to jail. You knew everything that was going on. You knew R. Kelly liked these young girls, underage girls, not just young, underage. And you knew what was going on. So that's on you, bro. And that's all I got, man. I wish I could go longer, but I know we're on a minute restriction. So that's it, man.
Okay. You still had like a minute left, but you know, that's my thing, man. You know, Roman, I'm going to be honest with you, man. And I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think you got a little bit of prejudice in your statement. I'm going to tell you where your prejudice lies. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, Jocelyn Savage is the lighter one, right?
That's right.
Okay. And you said you forgot the other girl's name, Azrael Carey.
Oh, yeah, Azrael. Yeah, you're right.
And it's because she's dark-skinned. And you got bias against dark-skinned people, so that's why you forgot her name, because she was dark-skinned. Admit it. You know that's
shut up. Bro, it's just because I heard more because the Jocelyn daddy, he said some line that became funny. It became like a meme, so I remember her name over the Azrael. I knew her name, but I watched it, but I didn't watch it. That made sense. So it's no, man, I got dark-skinned people in my family. Be quiet, Honcho.
I'm just fucking with you, man. It's all good, man.
It's all right.
Man, I appreciate the call, though, Roman.
Anytime.
Already. Look, I can't start no rumors. You know, y'all gonna be calling Roman a colorist and shit. But yeah, man, you know, and I'm not gonna lie. Some of it did seem, even with their commentary. Like I said, I wouldn't say that there wasn't a little bit of tutorials given for them in their commentary. But my thing is, if a person is willing, who are you to say that they shouldn't be in a situation? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If they happy going to amusement parks and watching movies together, you know, it is. What does sex, like that was my thing with Gayle King. Like he said, she wasn't asking the right question. I'm not sure he was talking about the Oprah Network shit. I don't really know. But he's talking about Gayle not asking the right questions. I agree. She asking, I mean, you asking some gossipy questions. Let's get to the shit that's important. No matter. Of course, R. Kelly fucking these motherfuckers. Like, what the fuck? I just like to hold their hands and take long walks on the beach. Of course he fucking them. He fucking both of them. They know about you. If they coming in holding a hand doing that, of course they getting fucked at the same goddamn time. Like, let's be realistic. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop with the nonsense. Well, is your relationship, is it like a three-way sexual relationship? Like, bitch, what the fuck is this? A casting couch or an interview? You know what I'm saying? It's like, let's stop the nonsense, man. You know, it kills me. Like some of the questions that she was focusing on, and I do agree. Some of that shit was dumb. Some of that shit was irrelevant to. You gotta lace him. Some of that shit that she was asking was irrelevant to the whole motherfucking situation, man. And it's just like, you know, it is what it is. You said Antonio Brown going to the Bills. That's funny. Very funny. I hope he did go to them hoes. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? Kels ain't no one to fear. Say cult-like behavior. Let's see. Cash is one of the few GMs that'll miss in the first round. R. Kelly, Nelly, or peanut butter jelly. Don't give a oh man. You said Gayle got checks, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like she did. And that's what I do give the girls credit, because they wasn't standing for the nonsense. Look, they was gonna defend their man R. Kelly. They wasn't finna have the tomfoolery and the shenanigans. You know what I'm saying? R. Kelly ain't pissed on no one. They ain't have it coming. They knew it was coming at the very least. You know. But my thing is, again, the media, and again, regardless of how you feel about it, okay, whether you think R. Kelly is guilty, whether you hate me or you love me, just use common sense. Just use common sense. Oh, hold on, he had like two fingers on one side, three on the other. Just use common sense. The thing about that is you have to look at the media and its role, and this is kind of where I really want to get to, and besides all the everything else, and why I was saying what I'm saying about Gayle is, you cannot trust the media to give you unbiased reporting. You know, this man is coming to you, for an interview. These girls are coming to you for an interview, you know, waiting on the big drop of the whole, the whole thing. But with these little snippets and these little things that have been getting put out and everything, you're swaying public opinion because you're commenting, because you know people want to see. So you're commenting, you're prepping people's minds to how they should think or how they should view these interviews before they should happen. You know, you're prepping these people for how they should think about these opinions before, you know, they get to see the full story, the full context of the story. And that's the crazy shit, man. That's the crazy shit. That's what kills me, though. You know, but again, they just want to, they're programming, television programming. They're programming you on what to think. They're programming you on what to believe before you get a chance to even make, you know, your own thoughts. And so that's why, again, like I said, you cannot trust these people. You know, you see it for yourself. Don't listen to this extra additional commentary that they provide afterwards. Because as soon as that part comes, I cut this shit out because they motherfuckers just be trying to be biased and shit. And so, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, yeah, you had a solid call, man. You had a solid call. You say when R. Kelly goes down, I wonder how many people take it down. I mean, that's what I want to know, because I think there's going to be a lot. And, you know, especially if you put them little theatrics on right there and he knows it's going to be a rap for him, he gonna air it all out, especially if he gets to the point, if the prosecution has solid evidence against R. Kelly, he's going to, or maybe his legal team, they're going to try to turn the opinion away from R. Kelly being a bad person to, you know, the parents, to the people who were involved. They're going to make sure everybody gets aired out. Everybody who was in these documentaries need to be aired out for their part. Because here's the deal. R. Kelly done some foul shit, and he needs to pay his dues for whatever foul shit that he's done. Okay. It'll say, like, yeah, don't the bot says that sometimes when you have like a period in the middle of some shit or whatever, and I don't even think, yeah, I did that the other day with R. Kelly. Just don't ignore the bot be lying. Bot be talking shit. And so, Shonda Tony, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome to the den. And so, again, this is my thing. This is my deal. This is like, not to take anything from R. Kelly. If whatever he did, he deserves punishment for. And people keep trying to make it seem like I'm not saying he doesn't. He deserves that. We've established that. He deserves to be punished for whatever he did to any underage chick. He deserves punishment. I mean, there's no excuse for that. Being a pedophile, I don't care if it's a month under, a day under, a year, whatever, that's disgusting, you know. But what about these people who knew that it was going on for all this time, and because they benefited from it, they continued to encourage the behavior, or they continue to capitalize off the behavior? If they got paid from it, if they got whatever, because they were comfortable in their life, while these young women had their lives ruined or violated or whatever you want to call it. Some of them might have benefited from it. Some of them might have been put in a better position fucking with R. Kelly than they would have working at the goddamn Family Dollar. Okay, it is what the fuck it is. But is it right? No. And so all these people who are now, he's a predator, he's so vile, he's disgusting. What about you when you were a part of that environment? You were a part of that culture. You could have easily left and went on and done something different or tried to find another lane. But instead, you participated in the enabling of that behavior. And I feel like those people need to serve some type of punishment also. No, I see what you did there. Super predator. How racist. Edwin Baptiste, what's the motherfucking deal? Roscoe, what's the motherfucking deal, man? It's always good to see you. John Mess, what's the motherfucking deal? What you talking about? Matter of fact, I seen you saying something earlier about who, I forgot who it was. Oh, R. Kelly's Black Charles Manson without the killing, how you brainwash the girl. Man, I need to give me a book on that. I'm trying to get like that. How can I get me some of that Charles Manson status? I want to do a little brainwashing. Roger, what's the motherfucking deal, man? But, you know, and the thing about it is, and like I say, though, but the people who participated, the people who capitalized off of it, whoever had that fucking tape needs to go to jail too. I don't care if it's like for 2 weeks. They need to go to jail too, because they were sitting on child pornography, hoarding child pornography in hopes of capitalizing off of it. So that's what I'm saying. And so again, like I say, the interviews are one thing. The case and the crimes itself are another thing. And R. Kelly is just a whole entity unto himself. But let's be realistic. That's what the fuck happened. And somebody sat on that shit, a VHS. Somebody let me borrow a VCR. I got some old Nickelodeon tapes I want to watch. Man, Roger, man, don't be cool with Heidi. Heidi was trying to do you bad, man. I'm hating. You know, she blocked you and shit. I'm talking all kind of trash. Yeah, I seen it. Roger was the stand-up guy. He was defending your honor. And hey, yeah, we 51 deep in the chat, man. Hey, look, this is the den. If you're new to this, we're all friends in the den, denizens, degenerates, den folk. We're a family here. You're all welcome. Hey, express your thoughts in the chat. Nobody bites except for Heidi. Feel free to call into the den line. I might be talking too much. Need some tea. 833-284-3336. Don't worry, it's not going to charge you. You can call in and express your opinions on the topic at hand. But if y'all don't want to, look, if y'all don't want to talk about Kales, we can venture off into that other topic we did discuss that we were going to speak on. But I did want to talk about, the interviews. I want to give people a chance to express their thoughts on that and how they feel. Because if not, we can definitely talk about the Vice deal. Yeah, I heard there's supposed to be like 2 tapes or something. Like I said, I heard it was one that was given to him and there's another tape that they were sitting on. Let's be real. Michael Avenatti was sitting there watching that shit, getting his rocks off to that shit because he's a fucking weirdo. He's a pervert. No telling how he got paid by old gal. They ain't representing the Daniels or whatever. So, very, very bad. So, yes. Okay, look, piece that's fucked up. Say they probably need to. Man, I don't want to know nothing about that. But here's my deal, because there's a lot of shit that ends up on Pornhub. And if the tape is on there, definitely need to get all that shit off of there. Got somebody calling. Let's see. Oh, I guess I should have put my fault for y'all ears. I ain't cut the thing off. My fault. I apologize if your ears have been violated. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
What's the motherfucking deal? This Texas Steve. What's up, bro?
Texas Steve, man. What you want to drop in the den tonight, Texas Steve, man? What's going on?
Yeah, I was coming down at the bottom. Charlie Cassidy. It's just not him. Dude, every year, they said some of these guys, they had Sean Watson talking about he's going to be second, third round pick.
That's wild.
They talk bad about Kyler Murray, man.
Are they talking bad about Kyler Murray?
Charlie Cassidy talk bad about Kyler Murray, say he's the worst dude in the draft. Man, they lied on this kid so many times. First they said about his height, they told me he was 5'8". Then they say he had small hands. Dude got 9.5-inch hands. That's bigger than Baker Mayfield hands.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now they're trying to start something. He's not a leader and all this, something that you can't see.
Yeah.
They trying to start a rumor, this is not the guy that you want. Okay. Just to make this man fall.
And so why you think
But they do something like this every year, and it seems like they do it to a brother. Mm-hmm. They do, and they try to manipulate the draft and try to say, "Hey, this guy, he ain't no good," and you know what I'm saying? And I really don't like that. That's what I don't like about. And then they try to pigeonhole players just because they're a certain color. Just because you got a white wide receiver, they don't make him pro comparison with Wes Welker. You know what I mean? He could be tall like Randy Moss or something. You know what I mean? It's got a lot of racial tones in it, man. Say for instance, my boy Kaepernick.
Yeah.
What you think about the Kaepernick situation?
Man, Kaepernick's situation is a complex situation. Now, my deal with Kaepernick is he as bad as everybody tried to make him seem, oh, he was trash. No, absolutely not. He's better than a lot of backup quarterbacks that we have in the league. He's better than a couple of starting quarterbacks that were in the league. Now, my deal is the protest. I'm not necessarily against his protest, but I felt that there were definitely better ways you could have went about and definitely got a lot more recognition to your cause. But if you felt, everybody, again, this is America, you got the right to handle it how you want to. That's my opinion. But ultimately, a lot of people saying Kaepernick end up winning in the end. Yeah and no. Yeah, he got paid, he got money, and he apparently, somehow proved there was some kind of collusion with the, he had to sign the NDA and all that. But I don't think Kaepernick really won in the end, because Kaepernick, I think he wanted to play football. I think he wanted to prove that he was a solid quarterback, try to win a Super Bowl, especially when being, getting as close as he did, because that's everybody's goal, to be a Super Bowl champion, a Super Bowl winning quarterback or whatever it is. So, yeah, he's paid and he's an activist now, even though, that is what it is. But I don't think that's what he wants to be. I don't think that's where he really wants to be. So I don't think he really won, outside of winning some money.
When the incident first happened, I remember they was killing black men, man. They was pulling us over, and they was killing us, pulling us over. We couldn't sell a damn CD at the damn corner. They kill you for that. You know what I mean? They kill you for little minor stuff that's not even that damn serious. You getting pulled over, and you a black man. Yeah. You getting pulled over, and the damn cop walking up on you with his motherfucking. Sometimes the son bitch might have the son bitch pulled out already, or he gonna have the damn holster already flipped that out. Like, what goddamn? What you pulling over? Speeding. What goddamn? You gotta come up on me like that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what white people don't understand. That y'all get pulled over, y'all be like, well, hell, me give him a goddamn ticket. You know what I'm saying? What the hell you pull me over for? You know what I'm saying? They pull us over, they ready to kill our ass, and just gonna get a little slap on the wrist. If they don't, sometimes they don't even lose their damn job. That just not started happening recently.
Okay.
I had a lot of discussions about this. I think the first thing need to happen is police reform. A lot of these police don't even know the freaking law.
Here's the deal, though, Texas Steve. Here's the deal. You know what I'm saying? We keep a little time limit conversation, and I'm gonna speak on that though. I'm gonna hang up with you and speak on it. But if you want to call back in here shortly and discuss some more, we can definitely do that. But I'm gonna speak on some of the things you just mentioned, though.
That's what's up.
All right, that's a bit. All right. So, couple of things. And I know, let's talk about Kaepernick and that whole situation. And I still have my questions about Kaepernick and the reason why, what his original motivations were. Because when he first came in the league, that wasn't no big issue for him. That wasn't no big deal for him, to me, that the political thing. It seemed like after he got with that chick, then it started becoming a real issue. Maybe he wasn't familiar with stuff or whatever. You can say whatever you want to about that. We can talk about how he grew up, and you can talk about whatever. And I'll be talking about y'all light-skinned niggas. Y'all know y'all be so goddamn militant about everything. Y'all be mad for whatever reason. But the cop killing thing. Now, there are some incidents that are concerning. There are definitely some issues that need to be discussed. And I've talked about it here, and Jay Dizzle called in, and I've addressed it. I've had situations where, cops came up on me with the pistol drawn. But the funny thing about it, the times that it's happened, they were all black law enforcement. Now, I've had several situations. I won't say a whole lot. I've had some situations where, it was definitely some racism. I had situations with friends of a couple different races. They was, hey, y'all carry on. You come here. Well, why am I singled out? We all doing the same thing. We all going to the same place. We all walking here together. Had a situation with that. So I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't exist, because it does. Are there situations and things that need to be addressed? Yeah, I think there needs to be an understanding. But I'm not going to sit and label everybody as everybody. And I say this simply because every cop is bad, but you do got to weed out the ones, because giving someone that level of power can cause serious harm, serious damage. I know they had a situation out here in Houston where some people died because of some improper procedure. Apparently they said that they had a confidential informant, and that they saw some drugs being bought somewhere. Those people were white, if I'm not mistaken. So my thing is, I leave race out of a lot of shit. Is there a fear? I've talked about that, maybe cops from certain neighborhoods need to police certain neighborhoods because they have a better understanding of that neighborhood. You put somebody who's been from a good place their whole life, that maybe haven't been around black folks that much, don't understand, the activity, the aggression, the mannerism of black, it can be intimidating. You may react a certain way. They're human beings just like us. I talk about how I used to really think a certain way, but then I started seeing some things. And people are going to have beliefs. People are going to have biases. But as of late in the last few years, I saw, it might have been like a little compilation, and it was just showing like traffic stops and just regular ass situations that I wouldn't have thought twice about. Motherfuckers end up, getting shot, end up getting killed. Police on the other end of the gun. Regular ass traffic stop. You know what I'm saying? Getting shot. Guy, it was a black cop talking to another black dude. He walking, talking, hey man, you on the phone, or you I need to talk to you about something. And old buddy just kind of walking, talking like he ain't hear him. Kind of walking, talking like he ain't hear him. And he's like, hey man, let me talk to you. Next thing old buddy draw down and shoot the cop. The cop running for his life. I guess he couldn't get to his gun or whatever. He got shot a few times by old buddy. Didn't really look like nothing major. Talked about one I saw the other day, where guy was just talking on his phone. Or not even talking on his phone. He was telling him, hey, I need you to go this way. Get your hands out your pocket for me. Get your hands out your pocket for me. And as he's doing that, he pulled out a pistol, try to shoot him. The cop, quick reaction, drew down on him. It's a tough job. When I was younger, when I was doing some other stuff, didn't really have a lot of understanding, respect for the job. It's a tough job. Are there a lot of them that are biased? Is there more than it should be? Quite possibly. Probably. But my solution to this is we got to get out of the mind frame of, especially as black folks, if we want to see some change, then we got to be the change. People always say be the change you want to see. Then we need to start sending, more of us need to start going into the police force and making that change. Because just sitting there telling somebody, you should do this and you should do that and you should do this. If somebody tells you that, you ain't trying to hear that shit. So somebody else who's working that job, going through that shit, and they got their own problems of their own, they're not trying to hear it. And so that's why we got to get away from a lot of the behaviors, a lot of the shit that we do. And again, but there needs to be a conversation between all parties involved. Do cops need a better understanding? Yeah. Do we in certain communities need a better understanding? Yeah. But I think it's going to take something from all parties involved to get it right. And as long as there's this tension, as long as there's this, beef from both sides and nobody's willing to come to the table to talk about it, we're all going to continue to have problems. But if one side is doing the work of the government or doing whatever, then the law is always going to favor them. If they're working for the law is always going to favor them. It's just going to be the way it is. So if we want to see some type of change, then again, you got to be that change that you want to see. And this is why I say that we got to get away from that whole NWA mindset of fuck the police, fuck the police, fuck the police. Because let's be honest, there's a lot of motherfuckers that be saying that shit. And if some shit go down, that's the first thing you're doing, dialing 911 is calling up the police. I thought you just said fuck them motherfuckers. It makes me think about that black cop who had that little skit, and he's like, yeah, y'all always talking about fuck the police, but when, Lil Ray smoking that wet or whatever, and he tripping at the house, who's the first person you call? And yeah, there are a lot of issues, a lot of problems. And this is where I say we got to figure out a way to resolve these issues. Do I have the answers? No. But we can't complain about something and not be doing something on our end. I think it's much more likely, well, I don't even want to say it's much more likely, that we'll be able to get, more people from the communities in which we come from to say, hey, you know what, maybe me getting involved in law enforcement ain't such a bad deal. You got a lot of these motherfucking hard heads, they head first, they with that shit, they about that action. Well, why not go join the police force where you can get all the action you want to? There's going to be plenty of action for you to get into, man. And that's just my belief. Like, trust me, I was young, I was dumb. I done plenty of dirt in my day, enough stupid shit in my day. And trust me, I was on that same road. But then I sit there and all cops are racist, all this. I talk about when I went to go work out in South Dakota and we had to go like cash our fucking stipend checks. It was at a Walmart. It was the nearest place to go do it. And the Walmart was like 60, 70, 80 miles away. So we were driving. I was speeding. We were trying to hurry up and get there, Get there. We cashed the checks, caught it right in time for the place closed. We're coming back, speeding on the way back, trying to hurry up and get back, right? And get pulled over. Whoop, whoop, lit us up. It's me and my partner, me and my best friend, the one that passed away. And black dude, young Hispanic dude. Pull us over. He's like, hey, you ain't got your IDs? Took our IDs. And I reached, he asked for insurance. I reached in my glove compartment. I don't even like fucking backwoods like that. I didn't even know how to roll them hoes right at the time. But I opened that bitch, fucking pack of backwoods fall out that bitch. He ain't say nothing about that shit. You know what I'm saying? I give him my insurance, whether I put the backwoods back in there, close all that shit up, give it to him. He's like, hey man, step out and, come to the car with me. Shit. I'm going to the back seat because that's what I'm expecting. He's like, nah, man, you ain't got to do all that. You come sit in the front seat, man. When the last time you got pulled over? And I was like, man, it's been some years, blase blah. I probably had gotten pulled over probably before that, but it was a few years. And I'm like, okay, well, here's the deal. This is what I'm going to do. If I check this out and I see you hadn't been pulled over, since you said you were, y'all going to be free to go. You ain't got nothing to worry about. I ain't going to give you a ticket or nothing. I see you out here trying to work, whatever. And so he called in, they run the shit, do all the shit. And I'm still surprised I'm sitting in the front seat. That was some weird shit to me. Everything come back cool and clean. Wow. My partner stuff, he run his shit cool and clean. And he let us go. And the funny thing, he's like, yeah, man, I actually just pulled some guys over, just gave some guys a ticket from the same company you work with. The bald-headed white guy, little chubby guy, turned out to be my foreman, or it was a foreman, the general foreman that I was actually working for. Them motherfuckers got a ticket. Both them dudes was white. You know what I'm saying? And so kind of in that instance, I started looking at this shit a little bit different. Like, okay, well, that's cool. Maybe he was just cool. Then I had a couple other incidents. Some other shit happened. I'm not going to say too much about it because I don't know how it would impact their job, but some shit that had happened when I got taken in for some dumb shit that I had going on. And, it was what it was. The officer looked at me and said, hey, man, yeah, you just forgot about this, huh? You didn't realize this was here. I was like, nah, yeah, I forgot all about that shit. And discarded the shit. This shit could have had me in a bad situation. That shit, I definitely wouldn't be here right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I definitely wouldn't be here right now. Two young white dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just I think there's this level of respect. Now, this is not to disavow the situations that happen. There are a lot of situations that happen and a lot of fucked up things that happen. But I'm saying why I feel the way I feel. And there's been a few other things that have happened. But I had to look at it and take the racial aspect out of that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And they were short too. You know what I'm saying? They were short too. Two short white dudes talking about, oh man, you know, he was looking at you on the thing, you know, he was coming to get you. You know, he's like, man, he looked like Richard Sherman. I was like, nah, he looked like who said Eddie Lacy or somebody. And so I'm like, man, I'm saying, y'all motherfuckers would. I was bad. These motherfuckers would say I look like one of these goddamn football players. But, you know, this is what I'm saying. And so this is why I look at shit differently, man. I try to look at all angles of everything. Are there a lot of fucked up situations? Hell yeah, it is. There's too many. One is one too many. Absolutely. But, you know, it's going to always be some shit. And we do got to figure out a way to fix it. But sitting here and everybody pointing the finger at each other, it's y'all fault, it's y'all fault. Nah, it's y'all fault, it's y'all fault. Y'all community bad, y'all do this shit, y'all encourage this behavior. Nah, it's y'all professionals, y'all got to do this. Man, look, people are losing their lives. And so we got to figure out what it's going to take to minimize the loss of life. Because ultimately that's what it is. Because shit, it's motherfuckers who look like me, look like you, and everybody else on the losing end of it. So we got to figure something out, man, ultimately. But I understand, trust me, I understand. I was of that same mind state. You know what I mean? But, you know, it is what it is. But again, like I missed a whole bunch of shit. Y'all hiring, and see, that's what I'm saying. You know, hey, it's opportunity. I can't, you know, because like I said, I got some little stains on my shit. But it's a lot of stuff that I do. I believe that, like I say, and man, we got to get better as far as within these communities. Like it has to be some understanding. You know what I mean? But again, we can't sit here talking about, man, fuck these motherfuckers, fuck them, man. Everybody want respect, man. Especially if it's a job where you putting your life on the line daily and the motherfucker they're talking about, fuck you, you ain't shit, you know, yada, yada, yada. But then somebody come shoot that bitch up, you know, who the first motherfucker y'all calling? You know what I mean? And so, now you won't be like, come on, everybody human. You know, motherfucker try to play me and then come calling me for some shit. Oh, now you need me, man. I don't give a fuck about you. Fuck you. And you can't blame a motherfucker for feeling like that, man. So it's a lot of shit that has to be done, man. That we gotta look into it. But that's true. And we white, but that's another thing though. And that's a different conversation, but it's true. Why don't we get as upset when we wiping each other out, man? Like, that's my big deal. We wipe each other out and motherfuckers be like, okay, who cares? This how it is, you know? But we mad as hell when it happens from outside the community, man. It's a lot of shit. You talking about Bel Air cops, they some hoes to everybody. You say you felt threatened by the cop, depending on who you do. Like I say, man, I've had some interactions with all types. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like I say, the only ones that really done drew down on me were black cops. The only ones who really gave me some shit were some black cops. I've had some white cops that were just kind of I've had some Mexican cops that was a little You know what I'm saying? I thought, hey, you know, La Raza, my man, what's up, man? But, you know, honestly, the worst that I had and, you know, ever felt a particular kind of way about the situation, some niggas just like me, man. Motherfuckers talking shit and, you know, everybody ckin and shit, thinking shit funny. But it is what it is, man. So, you know, he said he would stand for team action, but then he still was side, so he took it to the next level. But, you know, my thing is, I'm just not with the whole activism shit. You know, that's it's not a thing. I wonder, like, how some of these motherfuckers, like these professional activists, like, how, you know, you got to really look at some of these motherfuckers. Like, how these motherfuckers, last week they working at Mickey D's. Now these motherfuckers all over the country marching and protesting. They ain't even from that place. You know what I mean? It's a lot of, you got to really look. There's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes with a lot of these motherfuckers. And then the people who are really trying to do some real shit, you know, all of a sudden end up disappearing. And the motherfuckers who just trying to make a name off that shit, you know, they got all the proper trademarks like the Smolletts of the world, you know, and they get pushed to the forefront and promoted and shit like that. It's a lot of shady shit going on, man. And again, like I say, It's just a lot of shit. And I guess, you know, maybe it's made me numb to certain things and more self-focused, but it is what it is. Yeah, Heidi. Imagine if you spent all that time in the chat calling in, Heidi. You know what I'm saying? Maturity is accepting the world as the way it is, hope for the best, and just do your little part. I got a big part. I got a big part to play in this world. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make a movie. It's going to be called something. I ain't thought of the name of it yet. It's going to be called 94. But like I say, that's just, you know, say better than the police in most other countries. Brazil, for example, shoot from the helicopter during the chase. Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing motherfuckers got to realize, man. We haven't had that we had a conversation a while back, you know, is America as bad as people say it, man? Look, you can go a whole lot of other places. Trust me, you'd be a lot more upset with your situation, you know. Yeah, South Dakota was going down in South Dakota. We have a banned tradition without replacement to fill the void. Is there time to call? Yeah, we're trying to keep the calls to 5 minutes because that way everybody get a chance to call in. The line is open if y'all want to call in and re-express yourself. If it's slow boogie you called in, feel free to call back. If ain't nobody using it, you know, call back. You just got to call back in 5-minute increments. You know what I'm saying? You say the hood police itself. The problem is white cops would rather be available to arrest you but not to help you. Man, I don't think the hood polices itself. I think the hood is under the thumb of whoever got it like that at the time. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of shit that go down in the hood that, you know, niggas don't want to talk about, validate, or justify. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in to the den this evening?
That's your boy Roman one more time.
All right, Roman, what you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
Man, I want to talk about these conservative blacks and these liberals, man.
Okay. You watched the Vice?
Oh, yeah. It's so funny you talked about it, man, because I watched that about a good 2 months ago, man. Okay. And I was kind of hesitating because at times I feel like I can be a little biased towards the left. But as I got research, man, I don't know, man. I was kind of been like, I feel like my views is more towards the left, but some things I agree that's conservative, you know. And when I look at that, when I look at conservative black people, you know, I respect them because they do think differently than others. You know, I feel like as black people, it's good that we all don't think the same. You know, I do agree with that. And I want to bring Kanye into the conversation because it kind of matches within the conversation. You know, I agree that, look, not all black people need to think the same because, you know, people have to have their freedom of thought, how they feel, and that's how we're going to grow bigger. Now, I do think when it comes to certain topics, black people have to agree together on certain things. But I feel like the right for all of us and for us to get jobs and that's all. I feel like all black people, we need to realize that's good for the culture itself, that we need to build each other up, that we need to grow our culture and make it bigger and find out how we can, you know, just make black culture better and just make it better. I feel like it's something all black people should agree now. I know not all do, but I feel that is a common law for all should agree. But when it comes to other topics, man, I respect that. Now, I always said this, Honcho. I feel like there's a difference from a Trump supporter and a conservative, man. I don't know, man. I hate to say, man, but I can't get down with a black Trump supporter, man. It's just, I'll explain why. It's some Trump stands for, I just feel as a black person, you should never stand for, bro. When you look at them, and when you just feel the presence, I look at a lot of stuff in a spiritual way too. So I know people will say, Romy, you got your facts right, but you know, I really don't give a damn. This is how I feel. And, you know, I just feel like it's a spiritual way. I don't get nothing good from Trump. He doesn't mean nothing good for nobody except himself. Okay, let's be honest here. This man Trump is worth, what, $3 billion? Has some of the best hotels and motels and places all over the world. And you really think he cares about black people? You know, I would want people to really watch the Michael Cohen a testimony when he was talking about how when him and Trump and Trump would go past New York, would go past Queens and the Bronx and all these more poor black neighborhoods, and he would roll past and he would say, ugh, that's where black people live. That's where they need to stay. He said that. I don't think Michael Cohen is lying about that on the stand. Trump really said that, bro. He's been on facade like he cares when he really doesn't. And this is bringing my point back to where I just feel like, as spiritually, you can't get nothing good from Trump. You can't look at that man and say he's not a racist. Come on, man. From all the things he's said, you can't look at him and say he's not racist. The man's a liar. I mean, he takes credit for stuff that's not his. How are you going to take credit for black unemployment when black unemployment has been down 2 years? In the last 2 years of Obama's terms, it was going down, but you take credit for it. It's been going down. You just came in office. So I don't want to hear that I take credit for stuff. You have no facts. He doesn't have facts. How are we going to believe a president that doesn't have facts and doesn't correct himself? And I'm not saying Obama's perfect, because I feel like when I say this, a lot of people think, oh, would you try to say Obama's perfect? I'm not saying that. No president's perfect. Every president makes mistakes. I'm just saying, when it comes to Trump, the most crooked, and I just feel like the dumbest president I've ever seen. I'm sorry, that goes to him. And I just feel like, as a black person, you can't stand for that. So I know people going to be like, Romy, you ain't got your facts right, or it's blah, 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 blah. That's all I feel. And I feel like I make sense. But that's why I got Honcho.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your call, Roman. I'm going to speak on it, man.
Well, Honcho, I got to ask you a question. So what are you?
What am I?
Yeah.
I am a black man in America. A man in America.
I can agree with that.
I'm just I take it for what I see. If there's certain, that's why I say I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a liberal. I like to think of myself as independent. I look at what makes sense to me, and that's kind of what I agree with certain things on the left, but a lot more probably on the right. But like I said, I don't hate anybody. I hate all politicians equally, because I think they're all full of bullshit. Because I mean, you have to fuck somebody.
I think they're all crooked.
And so, but I just look at what's reasonable, and I think I try to see what's good for people as a whole. I know what would benefit me more so, but then I look at what would benefit society as a whole, not just me personally. And that's just kind of how I look at certain things. So
I respect that. I'm with you, Honcho. So I'm with you, man.
Okay. But that's a bad, man, Roman. I appreciate your call there, man.
Anytime.
Already.
All right.
So a couple of things that were said that Roman called. Appreciate that call, Roman, that I want to address. We'll take this call first, and then we'll go back to it. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we got calling in on the Denline this evening?
Prepaid phone Mikey, baby.
Mike, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What you want to drop in the Denline tonight, man?
Man, hey, look, bro. Roman, ain't nothing wrong with your beliefs, bro. It don't matter if you got the facts or not, man. You live in your truth, and it is what it is, bro. So, when it comes to politics, I ain't trying to change nobody's mind about nothing, man. But you brought up a great point about Kanye, man. And, Ye get a lot of slack about, him supporting Trump and things of that nature. But what Kanye said, and a lot of people just decided they wasn't going to listen to the shit. Kanye said, how come everybody, when you mention slavery, everybody got something they want to add into it? They know the history, they know the background, they know the groundwork for slavery. But when you mention Magic Johnson, how he made them billions of dollars, how come nobody knows? Exactly. Think about that. We can waddle in this motherfucking oppression all day long. Now talk about a motherfucker out here really going out here getting his money and how he bought. You know what I'm saying? Magic Johnson owns more businesses. He has bought more Fortune 500 companies than anybody else. He's acquired more assets than anybody else. How did he do it? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Niggas getting beat up for going to Starbucks. He owned them bitches. But ain't nobody talking about that. And that's the point that Kanye was trying to talk about. We love to live in the past. We love to talk about the fucking shit that happened to us. What about moving forward in the prosperity of our people? Because everybody black ain't broke.
Exactly.
That's the point he was trying to get across. But of course, you know what I'm saying? And when he said slavery was an option, what he was talking about was the mental slavery. The fact that people refuse to get off this motherfucking plantation mentally. It's 2019, man. I just ran to somebody who told me that the man won't let them shine at their job. The man. Who the fuck is this ain't 1975, bro. Ain't no man. The man is the person in the mirror who keep bringing his motherfucking ass late to work every day. First nigga there, the last nigga, that first nigga leave. That's the end right there. You know what I'm saying? That mentality, bro, is what's killing us as a people. I don't mix. You shouldn't, and that's just the way it is. So my personal beliefs as a conservative don't have nothing to do with God or something like that, because you don't want it. You don't want to have religion inside your government anyway. Trust me, you don't. Because there's a lot of crooked shit going on, man. A lot of people on their knees ain't praying. That's all I'm gonna tell you on that. As far as the black Trump supporters, man, look, bro, we got to get out of that, Roman. People vote who they want to vote to be the president. In my personal opinion, I don't give a shit who you vote for. Because once he's the president, I'm gonna respect the motherfucker regardless of the fact, respect the position. It's the same way when Obama became president, we all voted for him. Them crackers ain't had no choice but to get down and lay down because he's the president. He your president too. It's just a harsh reality when it comes down to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can fight it all you want to, but he the president. Shit, what you want me to do? He won. Fuck. Can't re-vote. It's over with. He won. And I know a lot of people gonna get mad at the end. He gonna win again in 2020. I'm sorry. Ain't shit you seen from Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker. None of them. So, you know what I'm saying? It just is what it is, man. I know, Roman, I know you, Honcho, you probably got more conservative views. I wouldn't call you a full-fledged conservative, but I believe you have more conservative views than liberal, because we on the same page. We feel like we ain't fucking victims. Black people are not victims, bro. We the most resilient people on this earth. We come from nothing. They gave us nothing. We took everything that was in front of us. We earned that shit. So I don't want to play the victim card. I'm tired of talking about oppression and what happened in slavery. Bro, I wasn't there. We wasn't there. We ain't going back there. Move forward.
I agree.
Pull yourself up and move forward, man. Stop all that fucking crying and shit and get off the ass. Because the harsh reality is, and I want everybody in the den, everybody who hear me, bro, understand something. Democrat, Republican, left wing, right, conservative, liberal, don't nobody give a shit about you. You broke and you ain't got shit. Don't nobody give a shit about you, bro. If you think I'm lying, whatever city you in, go drive on the freeway right now. Look under the freeway. All them homeless people. It's somebody mama, somebody daddy, somebody brother, somebody cousin, somebody sister. Don't nobody give a shit about broke people. Go up. Stop making excuses and get up off your ass and wake up, bro. That's all I got for tonight, man. Y'all be blessed.
Already, Mike, as always, great call, man. Man, and that's what I'm saying. And ultimately, it ain't even about, like you said, it's not even about necessarily the political belief. It's about the personal belief. You know what I'm saying? And what you gonna do to get yourself out of a situation. Because this is what bothers me, like I say, when I talk about it. Like, you talk about black liberals. So here we go. Let me take this call and we'll get back into it. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hey, Honcho, this is Dylan calling in. And the only thing that I wanted to say about the Vice interview thing was I liked it. I thought it was very interesting, seeing the different viewpoints. Personally, I'm a white man that leans more conservative, and I thought that Hillary was worse than Trump. So for that election, I did support Trump. The thing that I found interesting, I was it was a little bit before halfway through the video because I didn't get to finish it because I had to go do some stuff. But one guy, I think it was the black conservative LGBT member in the top left or something, was talking about what he was able to do. And then the guy on the right is privilege. And it's that's what always gets me. It's always as a white man, it's whenever you do something and you're always talking about how, oh, America is this great country, I was able to do this in this country, I was able to do this in this country. If you're talking to someone who's, most people, I'm not going to say everyone who is left-leaning, but most people who are hard left-leaning are going to say, oh, that's white privilege. I don't know if you saw it, but there's an interview. I think it was with this black conservative. I don't exactly remember his name. But the lady, he was talking about his work in radio business and stuff like that, and how he came up, and the lady who was interviewing this black man was oh, that's white privilege, and he's not even white. It's it's just their go-to thing, anything that you're doing, it's white privilege. It just annoys me, like when you hear that word.
Yeah. And I agree, because I remember seeing that, and then she tried to blame it on somebody else. Oh, well, my producers or my info person, they didn't give me your proper information or something. But that's not something you should have leaned on. You know, like, why can't that man be good on the merit of his work? And so now you're looking embarrassed. Now you're looking foolish. I can't remember his name, but I do remember the situation that you were talking about, where it was a black guy and she said he had white privilege. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and the only thing that I wanted to say was like people like I remember like a few years ago, it was actually kind of a while ago, like I think one like conservative like candidate was saying something about like how as a group of conservatives we are never going to like get these people because our views like just don't align with them. And it's like, and I think he was like saying like these like poor minorities that benefit off of all the government assistance will never get these people. And like people are just all outraged and like, oh, that's like so messed up, like, oh my gosh. And then I think my government teacher was saying something about how he views things, and that how he said like socially like libertarian and like financially conservative. And I feel like, and he was saying that how most people, as they get older and they start to like look into like finances and stuff like that, they start to lean more conservative. And so I thought that was pretty interesting.
I agree. So I'll have to check that out. But yeah, and I agree. But here's the thing though, because again, you know, poverty, and it's something that I've had to learn, poverty is a mindset. It's a mind frame. If you feel and think that you're poor, you will be and remain poor. The people who come up out of situations like that are people who, you know, they make a decision. Hey, you know what? I hate the way I live. I mean, you know, we see these instances all the time, and you could say it's from these rags to riches stories. Of course, it's always the entertainers that get put out there because that's what's in front of our face. But it's stories like this that happen all the time. Makes me think of what's his name? Who was the guy from fucking The Pursuit of Happiness? You know, when he was in the bathroom with his kid and he ain't have shit, and you know, and you know, he worked, Chris Gardner. And worked his way up, you know, but we don't care about those kind of stories because it's not entertaining and there's not a whole bunch of celebration behind it. But people do this shit all the time. But, you know, it's a mind frame. If you determine to have success, you will have success. But if you believe the world is working against you, guess what? The world will work against you because you're going to convince yourself that everything that's going on is some force pushing against your success. And so when you're talking about those poor, those people who are relying on, you know, a lot of government assistance and things like that, yeah, because they feel like, well, without this, I can't make it. Without this, I can't survive. When in reality, they could, but they don't. That's a risk that they don't want to take or something that they don't want to deal with. But, you know, it is what it is. And so there will always be those differences.
Mm-hmm. And, like, the reason I kind of agree with the last person that said that Trump was going to win again, because, like, you have the Green Deal going out, which honestly to me is like what even is this? Like, it's not really going to happen anytime soon. And then like you have Bernie Sanders over here saying that he's going to make college like free, and that's someone who's like basically going into college pretty soon. Like, okay, that sounds great, but it's like, where's this money coming from? Are we cutting defense budgets? Are we cutting social budgets? Like, where's this money coming from? And he just like never answers that question. And like honestly, like on the way that we're going, that we're probably going with like the national debt and all that stuff, we're probably going to have to just do cuts all across the board, not like say like a percentage cuts, like I don't know, like some percentage, like not like, and I know like not a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, let's do this, because everyone's going to like want to like say, oh, let's cut defense and let's keep Social Security. But in the end, I feel like to solve the problem, we're going to have to just do cuts across the board, whether it's defense, Social Security, Medicare, like all this, energy, all this stuff.
Okay. Well, that's a bet. We're dealing, so I don't mean to cut you short here, but we reached the time limit on the call. But, man, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your opinion on something. We're going to speak on it, man.
Okay, bye.
I appreciate it. And I agree. And so here's my thing, you know, I think when you give energy to something, you create something. And in the last couple of times, y'all firing up the lineup. So I was talking about R. Kelly. Y'all ain't want to talk about shit. Now we talking about something. Now y'all fired up. Okay, I fuck with it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening? Hello, hello.
Hey, yeah, my name's Lee.
Lee?
I was just listening to that stuff about that dude talking about. I just, like, this is the thing that I don't understand. How come everybody not picturing the fact that there was an executive order that came out in 2017 around December 21st?
December 21st. And what happened? What was
Let
the
me
executive
turn down
order?
the volume right quick because I'm hearing that echo.
Okay.
All right, but like what I was trying to say is, I think that human trafficking thing is getting a bunch of musicians busted. Like R. Kelly getting caught up because they arresting a bunch of different people. They was after Harvey Weinstein and all them other people. Y'all don't think that's kind of shady that they got Daz Dillinger and R. Kelly, but they not getting all of the real human traffickers and stuff?
Hey, what happened to Daz? I ain't know something happened to Daz. Ain't that a bitch? what happened to Daz Dillinger, man? I ain't hear about that shit.
Daz Dillinger got busted for weed. They tried to indict him.
In California? That's wild. I thought it was legal out there, man. I thought Daz was cool out there, man.
No, I think he was like in Atlanta or something, man. I don't think he was out in Cali when they got him.
No, okay. All right. I mean, here's the deal, man. Honestly, and this is coming from a motherfucker who's done my share of dirt. And you got to own up to your shit, man. Look, you got to know what you're doing, where you're doing it, and if you're putting yourself in a situation to get caught up in some tomfoolery and some shenanigans, I mean, that's a risk you taking. You really can't be concerned with, you know, what other motherfuckers got going. If you doing some shit, it don't matter who doing whatever else. Like, you got to be concerned for you because they concerned for themselves. And so my thing is, like I say, I'm not familiar with the executive order. I have to look into it and shit. But, you know, whatever I got caught up in, I had to be concerned with my own issues. Wasn't nobody, you know, well, you know, they did it too, so why you ain't, you know, worried about this? I mean, it is what it is. You got to take your lumps and you got to deal with that. But as far as the human trafficking and things, you know, I mean, that's an issue that I don't know if that necessarily is directly tied into what I guess you could kind of say that with R. Kelly, because they try to make it seem like he kidnapped those girls and they've been running up on him every time they get a chance. But like I said, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the Daz Dillinger situation to say that that's in the same boat, you know. So I'd have to think about that one.
This is what I think. Like, you know, they always throw black folks under the bus first. You know what I mean? It's easier to catch everybody else up that's already under the microscope than it is for them to just be dealing with grabbing some other billionaires and stuff. So they might grab a couple black millionaires or thousandaires or whatever. Because I ain't trying to crack no joke on Daz. I like Daz music.
but my thing is, man, again, it's like, and I understand what you're coming from, but if you ain't doing the shit, then they really just go after conspiracy and plotting on your ass. But if you ain't doing the shit, they can't hit you with the shit. You know what I'm saying? And so ultimately, it's like I say, you know, you got to be more on top of your shit or not be doing that shit at all, and not be fucking with it. And that's the thing. Like, it can't, like, that's why I say, you know, if you're not doing it, you know, you can't be worried about it. But there's so many other options. That's what I say. You know, we looking at all the niggas that's getting caught up, but half the time the niggas that's getting caught up is doing some shit to get caught up for. And so, you know, we can't. Well, what about them over there? They doing some shit too. You know, hey, if we ain't doing some shit, maybe they go fuck with them, maybe they don't. But either way it goes, it's not impacting their lives. It's impacting our lives. And so we got to be worried about, you know what I'm saying, cleaning our own house. That's my focus, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I'm not in their house. I know my house, I know neighborhoods I'm in or the people I'm fucking with. And, you know, I think we got to clean our type of shit up and change the stigma that's around us, change the shit that we embracing and looking up to. you know, and let them other folks worry about their own issues. You know what I'm saying? And set a better example for our own so that we can get into a better position. But we embrace a lot of this stuff. And then when we get caught up, you know, it's like, oh man, it's fucked up, you know, but when you got, you know, and again, like I said, I'm a motherfucker, I love rap, I love all this other shit. But when we heavily promoting, you know, prostitution, drugs, and all this other stuff, then a motherfucker get caught up for all the shit that we promoting and pushing, you know, shooting each other up, all this, and then we get caught up for that shit, then it's always fucked up. But we're not realizing the part that we play in this behavior by either making the music, by encouraging the music, you know, whatever else it is. And it's not just the music, it's the behavior that comes along with it. It's a lot of shit that happens that ties into it. You know what I'm saying? And
you're right.
And it's just like we either got to make some changes, we got to make some adjustments and figure some shit out, or, you know, just deal with the consequences that come with it. You know, if it's that worthwhile, then you got to deal with whatever consequences possibly come with it, man. And that's just kind of how it is, man.
You don't know something cold-blooded?
What's that?
I got offered a record deal once by some shady old white dudes, and I found out that they was involved with some damn human trafficking.
How you find that out?
But I think that the deal that I turned down, I think some of them young cats took them deals with them shady dudes. Because they asked me to do something wild. They asked me to murk somebody, and I didn't want to do it. So they tried to have the fool that they wanted me to put down come after me. And you see I'm still talking, cracking jokes and shit. So that didn't work. But you notice what that little shorty did, that YW Melly, they say he popped his friends.
Yeah. Trust me, I believe it's some real suspect behavior, a lot of shady shit going on, and we talk about that quite often in the den, about some of the shady shit that's going on between Hollywood, the music industry, all that entertainment shit, what people will do for their souls and for fame. And that's why I say I'm not surprised with this R. Kelly situation, because I think that these parents push these kids out there. I really truly believe that. You know, shit, what they got to lose? They're willing to sacrifice their kids for this. But hey, man, you said your name was Lee? I want to make sure I got your name right. All right, Lee. We'll see, we didn't reach the time limit, man, but if you want to call back in a little bit, you know, express some more on it. But, you know, I'm going to give somebody else a chance to get in, man. But I appreciate your call, man.
All right, thanks, man. It was a good conversation.
Already, man. Appreciate it. Already. So, you know, like I say, it's just a, I don't know if you're talking about Alexandria. Man, look, that bitch look like something off a Raid commercial, babe. You know, yeah, but my thing is, you know, it's just a whole crazy situation. Let me see what y'all in here talking about. He said tweet with the Notorious AOC. That's hilarious, Notorious AOC. That's wild. But yeah, as far as let me catch up with a couple of these calls before y'all start blowing up the line again, and make sure the ring is off so y'all ears are okay. But I agree with Mike, man. Trump will win again in 2020. Let's be honest. Like, anybody who leans liberal, and again, like, this ain't an insult. The Den is welcome to everybody, whatever your beliefs are, however you feel. Actually, I need to go back to Roman's call prior to that, but then we're going to address that. Whatever your party affiliation, the Den is about having an understanding, getting other people's perspectives. We all friends in the dens. We all degenerates, denizens, friends in the dens, and den folk. Shout out to my den folk. But again, you know, this is a place where you free to speak. Let me do some little shameless self-promo and all that other good shit real quick. Make sure you're following the Den on all the proper social medias, facebook.com/DenShowLive, Twitter and Instagram, same name, different platforms, at Den Show Live, so we can stay on track whenever we go live. We go live every night at 10 p.m. Central, so if you're just tuning in, if you're new to the Den, hey, every night, 10 p.m. Central, make sure you check us out. We talk about a variety of topics, and we get really real about that shit. But we're going to talk about, you know, what's going on, and sometimes you got a call or something you want to express, something you want to speak on. Hey, you know, even if it may not be in line with the topic, hey, we will fucking talk about it. If you ever want to reach out to the Den, if I can get the goddamn it. There we go. You can always contact the Den, whether we are live or not, at 833-284-3336. That is 833, the number 2. The Den is the easiest way to remember it. or you can send an email at denshowlive@gmail.com. You know, if you got some constructive criticism, some opinions, something that you think we should talk about, man, feel free to use that. And if you ever want to tell a friend about the Den, then go to thedenshow.com, especially at 10 p.m. Central Time when we go live, and be a part of that. And for those of you who want to show some love and support the Den, streamlabs.com/the Den Show, or you can hit the links in the description below if you can't use Streamlabs for other options that you can use to support. We are on a mission for position to improve the Den. Let's make the Den great again. We're going to get there, but shout out to everybody who's shown a lot of love and support. And I said I got to calculate and get where we're at, but I think we're a little bit above, about 30% of the way there, if I'm not mistaken. But it was something I wanted to talk about with Roman's call. And he was talking about Trump. How can you support Trump? And, you know, what he said. Let's be honest. I'm going to be real honest with you. You know, he said about blacks stay in conditions like that. Well, I don't want to say was he lying, but why? Think about it. We as black folks, we always associate, and Mike said something about, you know, everybody that black ain't broke. And if you watched that Vice thing, you saw that. But why do we gravitate, associate, and affiliate poverty with blackness? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we always associate that with black? When we talk about the black situation, it's always impoverished. It's always some hood shit. It's never about a quality of living. It's about, you know, we coming up out the mud, we coming up out the gutter. It's always some negativity that's associated with it. And let's be honest, Trump ain't never been in those situations like that. He has a level of ignorance to things that he's not been in. And so what are you going to think? Oh, them niggas always talk about being in poverty. Oh, only black people could live here. If I just see a bunch of niggas hanging out on the street and I'm passing through, oh man, it's only black people could live here. Ain't no way. Not saying that it's right, not saying it's wrong, but it's a generalized assumption. I probably said worse shit in the Den. You know what I'm saying in here? I think all Asian people know martial arts. Not saying that's equally as bad, but it's a generalized racial assumption. I'm not necessarily mad about that because I say shit all the time. I talk bad about niggas. I talk bad about white people. I talk bad about Asians. I talk bad about everybody, you know? So it is what it is. And I tell y'all when I ain't on the stream, I'll be saying some of the most racist shit. But I love y'all though. You know, I mean no harm. I've talked in generalities, but you know, as individuals, I have a lot more respect for individuals. But and you talking about watching the Michael Cohen testimony, but something else, another word you used, and that was feel. You say, you know, you don't have to know the facts, and like Mike said, speak your truth. You know, if that's how you feel, you know, keep it real. If that's how you feel, but sometimes your feelings can put you in a particular situation, a particular way of thinking. If you have a certain bias. Okay, let's get this call real quick. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in to the Den this evening?
Hey, what's the motherfucking deal, Honcho? This is Edwin Baptiste.
Edwin, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What you want to drop in the Den this evening, man?
Oh, nah, man. First things first, let me send a shout out to everybody in the chat. And shout out to my nigga Honcho, you know what I'm saying? First and foremost. Right. But now I want to talk about this hilarious ass R. Kelly interview. Oh my God. Like, I know the nigga was faking and fronting, but man, dog, I'm just watching that shit. It brought a smile to my face. Cause I know he going through it. I know he going through it. You know what I mean? I can't imagine what he going through because I ain't never, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I can't imagine what he going through because, like I said, I ain't never been in that predicament, messing with little girls, you know. So I can't place myself in his shoes, but that man, that boy he's desperate, man. He's desperate. He's so desperate with his narcissistic ass. He's so desperate that he really thinks that he can go up there and put on a show like he on stage, and everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, you're right, R. Kelly. Why are we doing you like this?" You know what I mean? Like, bitch, you know why your man getting drugged through the mud? Like, talking about this nigga got specific too when he was talking about the shit. Yeah. Low key was snitching on himself. talking about some keeping women locked up in his basement. Nigga, ain't nobody ever said you had women chained up in the basement. Now I ain't never heard that one. Like, you adding to your own allegations, goddammit. And then and this nigga goes on to say, unless they need some shoes down the street from their uncle, like, damn, nigga, you getting specific now. Shit. Has that happened, nigga? Has one of your little, you know, trained up androids do they need some shoes? Had they had to run off and get some shoes from their uncle, nigga? You know, because from what I'm hearing, the nigga broke. He ain't really got it like he used to. So, hey, man, he taking them off to the Goodwill and whatnot to get their shit now. But that's that, man. I find a lot of joy out of that. Shit was funny. I didn't think he was gonna get that desperate or be that stupid to put himself out there like that. But hey, that's just more ammunition for the prosecution to use against his dumb ass. And I want to talk about these females, man. They did an interview with these females. They don't even seem human. Like they seem like the lights are on, but nobody's home. Like, you know what I mean? Like they don't, like they really are brainwashed. You can tell when you just tell, man. You can just tell. And now you can hear R. Kelly in the background. If you listen, you can hear R. Kelly in the background because he wasn't even supposed to be present for the interview. Like when they interviewed the females, he wasn't even supposed to be in the same room. But you know, him being R. Kelly, he wasn't gonna listen to that shit. That nigga was in the back. He was in the coffin. Like when the female started saying a certain one, just go back and watch it if you ain't seen it. It was when I forgot, one of the girls said something, and I guess he went digging and he started coughing to let the females know that, hey, I'm listening, and that you know that ain't cool. And so I'm just like, damn, these are really some trained monkeys. Like he got them hoes trained down to the T. And yeah, I'm just at this point right now, this shit, I don't even give a damn what happens to R. Kelly. You know, he's a monster. Fuck it, but I don't even give a damn, bro. It's at this point, this shit is just entertaining to me. I don't give a damn. I really don't. Fuck R. Kelly. But I don't, bro. But
so
but
I can assume you won't be stepping in the name of love anytime soon, then, right?
Man, hell no. But I did purge myself though. Like I had to get my R. Kelly in one last time. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna line up my best playlist, my favorite playlist, and just purge R. Kelly out of my system. It wasn't a lot of songs. I fuck with a few of his shit, but it was like maybe 4 or 5 tracks that I was just like, damn, man, I can't listen to this shit no more. And so, you know, I got it out of my system. I purged R. Kelly out, you know. So it is what it is. There's a lot of other good music out there to listen to, shit. So I'll be all right. But I don't like how they doing my boy Mike though. You been hearing about this Michael Jackson shit,
man?
Honcho?
Yeah, I've been seeing both sides of it, man. I seen you know, the people who came out and they was like protesting some of these channels, some of these stations that have been playing the shit, and then I seen how, you know, some people are talking about they gonna stop playing the music. Like some of the people who've been playing the documentary, they're getting protested, and then the people who've been playing the music was talking about they gonna stop playing Michael. Like 3 or 4 radio stations said they ain't gonna play Michael no more, which is some bullshit. You know,
right? And these are like big time radio stations saying this shit. That's crazy, man. Yeah. That's crazy. And the man can't even defend himself no more. That's what's so outrageous about everything. This nigga just getting slandered and slandered and slandered, and he just gotta sit back as a spirit and just take it all.
Yeah,
it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah,
and me honestly, how do you feel about it? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you believe it, or do you like I like? Cause me, I need something a little more tangible. Like they got videos of this nigga R. Kelly. They got wedding certificates of this nigga marrying a 15-year-old. Like there's proof of R. Kelly's, but where's the proof for this nigga Michael doing any of this shit? You know what I mean? It's all really just speculation at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I say, as Mike called in yesterday, and he was telling about the guy, I think his name was Wade Robinson, and in kind of his situation, the ones who was impacted by it, just trying to make money off of the Michael name, and the fact that he was close to him, that allows you to, that allows people to they'll add some truth to it. They'll believe that, oh, well, he was close to him, so he has to know, he has to be, affiliated with him because he was near him at one point in time, and just because they'll motherfucking me believe that shit.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me, bro. Because like this nigga was talking about he was getting abused and all that, but he still said he was having sex with this nigga when he was like in his 19, he was 19 and 20 and shit, like still in like barely, an adult, but he's still young, fairly young, but he was an adult now. It's like if it's like it just don't make sense to me. If he was truly being abused and this shit really fucks you up like you said you did, you a grown ass man now. Why is he still over here, sucking on Michael's dick, like you said you were, whatever the fuck is going on. No, that's it. Just a lot of it didn't make sense to me, bro. That's all right. That's all right. And then they lying. They getting caught in lies. They talking about they're saying that they didn't get any money from this shit. Like HBO, They didn't get any money for HBO, none of that shit.
Right,
but bro, like a motherfucker, because somebody had posted it. Somebody had posted the check or something. I don't know. They posted this shit. I saw some shit online saying how much they got paid for the shit, and I was just like, well, that's one lie right there. You got caught in. You know, how many more lies? Gonna get caught in.
One, especially if you lying about the money, shit, you lying about everything else. The money is the most important thing, because that's what everything's all about. It's all about the money, man. When it all comes down to that shit.
And he lied on, and if the truth is coming out now, then that means you lied on stand, and that means your ass need to be locked up in jail right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really want to go there, you know, if you really want to get technical with the shit, you know, them niggas shouldn't even be out right now. They should be in jail. So if the shit is really true, if everything they saying is the truth, so that's all I got, Honcho. I just yeah, I've been, you know, it's kind of hard to miss it when they talking about Michael and all that. So I've been hearing everything they've been saying. I watched the I think the first part and about half of the second part of Never Leaving Neverland, and the shit is funny, bro. I'm really laughing at this shit, bro, because this shit it sounds ridiculous. It really do. So that's just my thing. I can't believe it, bro. I refuse to believe it, you know?
Yeah.
I refuse to believe it until I get some. Go ahead.
Well, no, so yeah, they trying to do my boy Mike bad. The man ain't here to defend himself, and that's my big thing about it. Like, you know, the timing of a lot of this shit, we're in this culture now where everything is about, you know, toppling these big names when, you know, there's a lot of other shit going on. And, you know, hey, if they doing bad and they doing some shit, absolutely. But especially with the Michael situation, because of all the cases and all the shit that's been back and forth and cases that have been beaten and everything else that, you know, he went through, why now? And that's my big thing. And again, it's like motherfuckers that went broke and people trying to collect some money. I think it's the same thing in the R. Kelly situation. But I'm talking about with the R. Kelly situation, I think it's with those women and those families. I think it's broke. But now I think he did some other shit in the past. But, you know, it is what it is, though. But, you know, here's the deal. My fault, man. You know, reach the time now. I don't want nobody saying I'm playing favorites or being biased or anything.
Oh, now you good. Let us. Yeah, I know you remember talking about the 5-minute thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign off and just let you do you.
All right.
And yeah, man.
All right, man. But I appreciate the call, Edwin.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Thanks.
Already. But yeah, man, and that's my thing is like, I'm not saying don't pay attention, but why is it automatically when somebody gets to proclaim that they're a victim, we start treating them like a victim? Why don't we look into some of these behaviors too? Well, what's going on with these? Because we've seen too many stories before where there has been an issue with the person making the accusation. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening? Hello.
Hey, man. Why is my pee-pee so small?
I don't know. You got to talk to your pops about that, man. That sounds like a personal problem. Fucking weirdo. So, yeah, we won't share that. But anyway, so they testified for Michael Jackson in a court case. Now they want to change their story and sue this thing. Yeah, that's what it is. It's all about money, man. This is the day and age of false outrage. This is the day and age of, you know, fabricating bullshit so we can motherfucking me, you know, feel upset about any and everything. What's the motherfucking deal? We got calling into the den this evening.
Hey, it's your boy Josh again, man.
Josh, what's the motherfucking deal, Josh? What you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
All right, man. But about this R. Kelly issue, it was actually ironic because in our class, we actually talked about the same situation today. Most of the majority of the class was pretty much tired of hearing the story. They played his interview, how he pretty much jumped up and pretty much yelled, and he's pretty much mad at the decision that he made, which I don't get, because I thought in life you're supposed to be responsible for your own actions, I guess. But and to really like who's been lying, it's really just, if they're lying, then it is what it is. But I don't think that it was really lying through it. But because I don't want to be that dude who's like, oh, I thought a hammer that he pretty much did everything he said he did. But I kind of really believe that 100% already. going in from before, months ago, years ago, honestly. But to be honest, the person just wanted to see him almost go away. But I mean, I don't know if anybody else feel that way. I don't know if it's just me.
Okay. I mean, at this point, again, like I said, it's not only do I want to see him go away, but I want, if we're going to put him out there like that, let's get the whole truth of the situation. Not just, what he did, because sure. we figure that out. We know what's going on. If there is actual evidence, if there is actual tape, right. Then you have evidence. So, I mean, there's no question in that. So if that is what it is. But my thing is, if there are people who's been holding on to this tape, well, what were they doing with it the entire time? I mean, you got a lot of enablers. You got a lot of people who was out there helping recruit these girls, who was helping drive, who knew about this information, because conspiracy is a thing. And so if you are right. plotting and planning on not abducting, but even if they call it an abduction, and if they are plotting and planning on going and getting these young girls, and that was the plan from the get-go, then these people are part of a conspiracy to go help R. Kelly mess with underage women. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that are going on, but we're sitting here just avoiding that. We're ignoring that that's not a thing. Everything is on R. Kelly. So who's to say that these people don't go on and work for somebody else and help them do, well, this is how we used to do it for R. Kelly, and give them the game, my thing is, everybody who's involved needs to be punished so that this behavior is deterred in the future for people who are doing it now, people who may consider something in the future or even get involved in a scenario in the future that's similar. You need to, make an example out of everybody. The motherfucker who sat on this tape for 20, 30 years or whatever, you telling me they never watched it ever again? So if they watched it a single time, then they are sitting there engaging and watching in child pornography. They need to go to jail too, because that's what, if you watched it and it wasn't to give this evidence to the authorities, if you watched it just for the sake of watching it, just like they said with the old tape, if you had the old tape, then you was in possession of child pornography. If whoever was sitting on this tape legitimately knew R. Kelly was having sex with an underage girl, and they watched that shit, showed it to anybody else, engaged it, and it wasn't for law enforcement, if they have copies of it, then they've engaged. They are holding on to child pornography, and they've been having it for 30 years. They're storing it. If a motherfucker got child pornography on their computer, what's happening? They going to jail. They sitting on this tape. If their house, whoever had this would have been raided for some other reason, they would have been having child pornography. They'd be going to jail. So they need to be held responsible for holding on to this, because that's information that could have been released at the last tape. Okay, well, not only was it this situation, he had peed on an underage girl, we got another situation. We got one right here. And then you could have mounted that evidence up and handled that situation decades ago. That's why I say these people don't truly care about the well-being of these young girls. They care about capitalizing on a situation. And that's really all the fuck it is, man.
Yeah, and it's really not even R. Kelly. That's just, I mean, I'm not saying what this don't matter, but it's really just the life period. Just what he's saying. It's just no one cares about the youth anymore. I mean, everybody's on that fuck them kids type shit, because even the daycare paying them bill. Like, I mean, I don't, because if I hear some shit talking about them kids are starving or they don't have shit, I'm gonna be very upset over this shit. So yeah, I'm pretty confident that over the past few days, if you enjoyed the theater that I've pretty much displayed on your channel a little bit, trying to generate revenue. But as far, wait, what?
Carry on, Josh.
Yeah, because I actually, rewatched it a little bit on my downtime, and I was like, damn, what's wrong with Josh? What's wrong with this? The thing with me is like this. If I was really mad, I would have yelled over the phone. Sometimes like that. I would do that in terms of pretty much trying to rile up stuff, trying to raise hell a little bit. But it almost got me thinking about a much broader point. When I raised my point about, and this is the last time I'm probably going to go over this, when I raised my point about what happened to my roommate a while ago, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if anybody in the chat was pretty much on some, dang, Josh, you pretty much saved her life. You pretty much prevented a catastrophe being happening, because I don't say nothing. I mean, that mama don't see her child anymore. I mean, it is what it is. Now it's on the table. It could have happened. And I don't see nobody really cared about that. And it made me wonder. I was just like, damn, no one really gives a fuck out here. And I was just like, well, if no one gives a fuck, then why should I? But I was just like, well, dudes raised differently, dude cares differently. I'm hoping that everybody don't feel that way, because I know if there was anybody's daughter or son that was potentially killed over some dumb shit, people would be mad. Because I don't know if anybody in the chat, have kids, because I don't know everybody's, story. I don't know everybody's situation, but no one wants anybody to be killed over some dumb shit. And that's what the message I was trying to convey. It is what it is. And I'm going to just leave it as that. So.
All right. Well, appreciate you for clarifying that, Josh.
Sure. Yeah, no problem, man.
And appreciate the call.
Yeah, man. And everybody donate to the show. I know I haven't really donated yet, just to be truthful. As soon as I get paid, man, I'm gonna do the best I can, because I want to see you keep doing this. To be honest.
All right. Well, I appreciate that.
Even
though
you be telling me something about, hey, get up.
You gotta stay at the strip club, man. I know you be at V Live or wherever it's going down. So you making it rain on them strippers, man.
I don't know, because I had fun, because I just came back from the Cougar game a couple hours ago, and they won again, but they scared me because they can't do shit that, championship teams do at a certain point. But, yeah, I've been having fun here or there, trying to, get my mind off of study, because I've been studying tremendously all the time, because midterms coming up a few weeks down the line after spring break, too. So trying to do a little bit of both. And I'm glad, because I'm going to just tell you to keep staying on me, seriously, because, we talk shit a lot, but I see you really care about me, shit like that, and that means a lot, just being honest.
Absolutely. I want to see you win, Josh. No bullshit.
Sam, but I'll let you go, man.
I appreciate the call, Josh.
All right.
Already. Yeah, man. Hey, I want to see y'all winning. If y'all fuck that 4 for 4 and win it, yeah, man. Show some love. Let me put the little dilly dally on there. Hold on, let me drop the dilly dally on there. Make sure y'all show some love, man. Support the Den. We on patrol for the gold, man. Streamlabs.com/the Den Show. If you enjoy, hey, hit that link. If it don't work for you, some other links in the description, and we greatly appreciate all the support. But I get what you're saying, Broderick, about muting everybody. I ain't listening to nobody. I'm only listening to instrumental. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the Den this evening? Uh-oh. Edmund. How goes it, Edmund? What would you like to drop in the Den this evening, Edmund? Oh shit! Hold on, my fault. I hit you with the Roman. My fault, Edmund. I hit you with the Roman. Please repeat the question.
I was saying, do you think I'm in love with Brandon?
That's horrible. That was not the question.
No, I'm just playing. No, I was saying, have you lost all respect for R. Kelly?
Have I lost all respect for R. Kelly? Probably so. And the reason why I say this is I think the behavior sealed the deal. Some of the things that he was saying, they're taking my money. They're stealing my money, my problem. I need help. Because my heart is too big and I care too much. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, because I ain't watched the fucking the piss tape. I'm trying to see nobody get pissed. I don't even like when I take the damn dog for a walk and he pissing on shit. Come on, motherfucker, you got a little sprinkle on my shoe. But they're killing me. But yeah, man, I think at this point, because I don't know, man. And here's the thing, and this is what I'm saying, because these are old charges. Allegedly happened from 98 to like 2008, one like a decade ago, and then within a decade span back then. But you got to be held accountable for your actions, and so you got to talk about that. But yeah, man, I can't really rock with it because you can't just be out there pursuing underage girls. That's a no go for me. I don't even like young hoes like that. So that's already a no go. And then what he's doing now as far as dealing with the two chicks, I don't care about that. I'm gonna be honest, his behavior in that whole situation, that's strange. But if what is said is true, that he has another film of him fucking with a young chick, should he fuck with the young chick in the first place? Aaliyah should have been a thing. But shit, I was young back then. I wasn't paying too much attention. And again, like I said, I have to get rid of all the memories that R. Kelly I have associated with my experiences that are connected to R. Kelly. So, there's some bias there. But yeah, I definitely have to say I've lost pretty much all the respect I had for Robert Kelly.
So I don't know if you, but I feel like, I don't know if you believe it, but do you believe he's bipolar?
Probably. I don't know. I mean, shit, all the fucking celebrities are crazy, man.
Yeah. I don't know. I just found this, well, I guess this interview that he did now has become a meme, so.
Yes.
I guess this, yeah. Well, yeah, that's all I had.
All right, then, man. You know what? You know we need to know. So go ahead and spill it. Go ahead and spill it. You want to talk about it. So
no, I don't.
Go ahead and spill it, Ed, man.
I can't.
Man.
I'm going to have to actually decline the offer. And so I'm going to go back to my cave.
Okay, cool. Well, back to your cave with you, Ed, man.
I'll speak on it maybe on the Sunday confessions, but let's just say that she keeps talking to other dudes. So I don't know. I think
we don't want to hear that shit, Ed, man. Goddamn it, we changed something. Ed man ain't trying to man up. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
This prepaid Mike when it puts more minutes on my phone.
What's the motherfucking deal, Mike? What you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
Listen, man, I had to get some of that Whataburger in me, man. I was starving. I thought I was gonna die, baby. I'm back. Listen, ain't nobody. Look, a couple callers ago, a man said he felt like the girls are brainwashed. Listen to me. 23 and 21. A 23-year-old woman listening to City Girls, you gonna brainwash her? Come on, man, stop that. Stop brainwash. Have y'all not dealt with a 23-year-old lately?
Nah.
Listen. If you telling me it's a thunderstorm outside, them motherfuckers will go outside with a tank top on. Ain't no brainwashing them. A 23-year-old black woman. Come on, y'all. Stop this, man. Stop this shit. And to the last caller, actually, we lose our respect for R. Kelly. No, I ain't lost our respect for R. Kelly. I don't know that nigga. I respect his music. He's a musical genius. I don't know. That's not my partner. Yeah. I'm always step in the name of love. I don't give a damn nobody say. I Believe I Can Fly was my graduation song in high school, man. Ain't shit changed. I still believe I can fly.
Okay.
He was doing what he was doing when I was in high school. What you want me to do? Look, man, let's call a spade a spade. R. Kelly where he is right now because he ran out of money. Because if y'all my age, and I can't speak for nobody else, I'm 31. You know what I'm saying? Me and Honcho, we all about the same age. Honcho said he never seen the video, but he heard about it. I watched it as a kid. He the same person that he was in 98. He the same musical genius he was in 98. And before anybody say, oh, Mike, you on this, man, I don't give a damn. Fry the nigga. If he fry, I don't care. I'm going to still wake up tomorrow and go live my life regardless of the fact. But I'm not finna be fake outrage and act oblivious to the shit. Yeah. Come on, man, stop that. And I want to say this also because this point was never brought up. And I'm going to say this, and I don't care who don't like it. For anybody who's ever advanced on R. Kelly in their career, I mean, the Ronald Isleys, the Charlie Wilsons, the Marios, the B2K, for y'all to sit back and see R. Kelly in this financial situation and not help him out, that says a lot about your character. Any person who ate with you before, who fed you, and you let him starve, that say more about you. Jay-Z, that say a lot about you, man. You ate off best of both worlds. You can sit back and play that R. Kelly the monster shit, but guess what? You would have tiptoed with 15-year-old Foxy Brown, too. You know what I'm saying? Hey, all I'm saying, no fun. The rabbit, when you know what I'm saying, no fun. Rabbit got the gun, bro. These people, all these musical genius men who y'all look up to, look up to them for entertainment value, for them as far as music, not their personal lives. Something wrong with all these motherfuckers. Every last one of them. Michael, musical genius. I'm not saying Michael raped them kids, but I'm not finna get in the bed with nobody else's kid. Honcho, you ain't finna get in the bed with my son.
Hell nah.
I ain't even in the bed with my son. What the fuck you doing in the bed with my son?
Straight up.
Chris Brown, musical genius. Nigga got a motherfucking statue tattooed on the back of his head. Something is wrong with all of them. It's a part of their brain they can access that we can't access. I don't know. I feel like Roman. This is just my truth. I don't have a psychology degree, but I do know it's something wrong with all the motherfuckers. From a musical standpoint, you can respect them. They are amazing artists. As people, I'm not surprised half these motherfuckers can't read and write. They've been touring since they was 15 years old. When was they gonna go to school?
That's true.
What? Do the math on that. Their education level bro. These people are providing for their whole family, immediate, and you know what I'm saying, basically all them fucking cousins. How was they gonna learn? Would you be surprised right now if you found out Bobby Brown or anybody in New Edition couldn't read?
No, wouldn't even think twice about
it. You wouldn't even laugh like shit. But I mean, I watched that. I mean, them niggas was singing and dancing since they was 11. What school was it to? In Austin. What school? R. Kelly's from the Gardens in Chicago. That nigga ain't going to school. He was going to school to learn the piano, bro. He was learning how to read music and compose music. He wasn't going to school. Man, stop that. So look, I'm gonna tell y'all like this, man. If you think R. Kelly is a monster and he's disgusting and all that stuff, he was a monster back in '98 also, and 2008. He only became a monster. Now he only sitting behind the bars because the money ran out. When the gravy train is up, that's when you become a monster. Because everybody was cool with the shit as long as they were pockets breeze. And for anybody who feel like them family members ain't out for the money, that's all they out for. He live in Chicago, y'all. Everybody know this shit. I ain't never been to Chicago. So they ain't want to go pick up their daughter? They ain't want to go see her? Come on, man, stop that. Oh, bro. He is because the money ran. Blank period. And for any people who ate off our pass, he just had it. Whoever he done did a beat for, wrote a song for, and y'all let him sit up in there, you a hoe ass nigga too. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, because I don't give a fuck what they say. But my partners, if he came and scooped up Honcho for fucking creating the KKK rally in Dallas, and guess what? Honcho, our nigga, go get this nigga out of here. Point blank period. Yeah. You discuss how fuck of a person he is in the living room of your own house, not behind the bars. That's your and he like, don't let him starve, man. That's just all I'm saying. It is what it is. So y'all be blessed, man. I'm out. No more minutes.
Already, Mike, man. Appreciate the call, man. Another fire call, man. And that's true. That's a very good point that he made, though. That's a very good point that he made. And let's be realistic. You know, you got ways of getting money, and I know a lot of people don't want to be attached to it, and they don't want to be connected to it. But there are ways of getting money out where you need to go. Now, I know you got to be cautious of your handlers and the people that, you know, you got around you. But, you know, if motherfuckers want to get R. Kelly some money, they could get the money to him. You know what I'm saying? And that's fucked up because there's motherfuckers who probably still eating off this some of this work that they did. So that's a very good point. I didn't even think about that at all. You know what I'm saying? I ain't thinking about that shit at all, man. That's wild. So I know one thing was Mr. Nash time out. That's heard us hard killing public now. Hey, Robert ain't in the room with me, man. That's fucking funny. All the greats crazy. I agree, man. Yeah. And here's the thing, man. Them motherfuckers probably used to talk about that shit. Them motherfuckers probably was them motherfuckers probably talked about how to do it. He probably learned from some of them old schools. Because, man, I'm telling you. But here's the deal, though. Here's the thing. And you got to really look at it like this. Even way back when, you know, we talking before the 90s, because some of y'all 90s, oh, that's ancient. Shit, you look at the 70s, 80s, 60s, them motherfuckers been doing that. They just didn't have the media out like it is now. It's a whole bunch of shit that's been going on for a long, long motherfucking time, man. It's a long, long motherfucking time. You know, so again, it's a very interesting situation. It's a very interesting situation. That's wild. That's wild. That is, though. But again, all these celebrities, that's why you see these motherfuckers end up spazzing out. That's why these motherfuckers, I tell you, they can't relate to the same shit that we relate to. They got a whole different experience going on. They've lived a whole different life. And so it does kill me when people say, oh, you know, I relate to such. You really can't relate to none of these motherfuckers. The only motherfucker I can relate to that seemed normal to me, and shit, his life ain't even motherfucking normal, is goddamn Devin the Dude. That's the only nigga that celebrity, entertainer, musical motherfucker that I know that just seemed relatable. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like, man, these motherfuckers, like, here's the thing, you gotta understand. You know what I'm talking about communicating with demons and things. Man, look, I know different people have different beliefs and different whatevers. But do not for one moment not think that these entertainers won't do much, especially once they've had a taste of that fame, especially if you come from poverty, if you come from seeing what a regular motherfucker go through, money, women, people basically catering to your every whim and all this other shit. Shit, you telling me saying a couple of chants and some seances and some other shit to maintain that status? You think people ain't doing that? You think some of these motherfuckers ain't doing some of these other shenanigans? Currency a real man. Did you see the man? Look, I'm mad. I'm not mad, but I thought that shit was cool. Maybe want to fire one up. Currency and Devin had a picture on IG together today. I was like, man, that's a dope ass picture right there. That's two of the motherfuckers I really I fuck with. I like Currency too. Cause Currency shit don't be on no bullshit, man. Currency be on some. I like motherfuckers who talk about building and business, but Devin is just overrated. Devin sound like a nigga that you just know. Devin sound like a nigga everybody know. Goddamn, somebody uncle or some shit. But my thing is, you know, don't be surprised if you hear about these motherfuckers. Like, let me think about it. What's Belly? Belly's one of my favorite fucking movies, man. But what's going on in the very beginning scene of Belly? And what makes a motherfucker, like, who did that? Hype Williams did that one? What makes a motherfucker include some shit like that in the beginning of that scene? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? What's think the very beginning of Belly, what's going on? Oh, word? See, that's a goal. That's one thing I'd like to do before I call a rap. Smoke one with them. When we reach the goal, the den becomes a legit situation, and we get everything together. We go, like I say, Saturday nights, we gonna have smoke something Saturdays, try to get some artists in or some shit like that. I'm trying to reach out to get Devin in the mix. But no. This shitty ass fucking rabbit stinks. No, not that. Think about the very beginning of Belly. What's going okay, man, that's the goal. So once we get the den right, we gonna make that happen. But think of the very beginning of Belly. What's he got doing? That motherfucker's drawing that little that fucking thing, man. What's they call that shit? The pentagram shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's the very, very beginning. That shit is. That's actually one of my fucking favorite. That fucking intro to the whole little eyes, the fucking black lights and all that little shit. Remember he was showing him like as a young nigga with the candles and he's burning $1 or some shit like that. Like that whole move right there. And so, but my thing is, if you don't smoke, you still get to trust me. This is what y'all got to understand. Before the den became the den, it was called the Kush Den. Then, a while back, I started making some changes. I stopped smoking and set myself some goals to want to obtain. I said once I reach those goals, I'd smoke again, maybe not as heavy. But the den had more people, the Kush Den had more people in it that didn't smoke than did. Like the majority of people in the Kush Den did not smoke. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And the majority of people didn't smoke, but it was always a good time. The majority of people who fucked with the den were non-smokers. And you know what I'm saying? And that shit would always be a very interesting conversation. But see, the majority, but that's before the den had a line and all that other shit. I'd be in that motherfucker lit, hiding a bitch. What you over there smoking, Honcho? I don't know, something. But yeah, I used to do a little couple of drink dens too. But yeah, I mean it's a party and everyone's invited. But I mean, that bitch leaning, especially after about that second one. If ever, I went too deep in it, then it was a wrap. I was fucking up. But you know, my thing is this though. Okay, my thing is this ultimately, but in the beginning of the fuck, I never signed up for no motherfucking Postmates player. But the thing about it is, there was like a little pentagram. I think it was like a little kid, and he was drawing a little thing because when he was talking about buns or something when he was young, I think there was a scene in the beginning of Belly where he was, you know, he was burning like the dollar, and he had the little what's it, the pentagram or the little gold, whatever the fuck they called it, in the beginning of it. What makes him include that shit? Because motherfuckers is with that shit. They with the fucking whatever, you know, demons they feel like I gotta pray to, or whatever entities they want to call it, or whatever. Yeah, I used to buck the system when I'd be drinking. I'd be out amplified. I'd smoke. I'd tap out and I'd drink. I'd be bucking the system. I'm gonna see. Let me see what's up. I think I got the Kush Dens password protected. It's a bunch of them hoes. It's a bunch of Kush Dens, but I'll see what I can do, and I'll shoot it to you so you can access those. But yeah, but I got them. I think they all private, so you gotta yeah, they all private, so I'd have to send you like the links or something like that, or maybe or put them, like I say, password protect them or whatever they are. Because right now, like I say, right now you can only see the Den videos. I can go back and see all the Kush Den videos, but you know, but like I say, you know, you got a lot of these people who are with that shit. You know, they used to talk about a lot of this shit, these music rituals and sex magic. They talked about Hillary Clinton's campaign having a lot of motherfuckers who were fucking with that sex magic shit, and it was a lot of weird shit going on. But I don't put anything past anybody. You got to understand, when you have power, you don't play by the same rules as everybody else. And people embrace that. Nobody wants to be normal. Nobody wants to be regular. Nobody wants to be considered the same as everybody else. And when you got power, you get to break the rules. You get to do what you want to. You get to have what you want. You get to take what you want. Whether what you want is supposed to be illegal, it ain't supposed to be this way. And it's in any avenue, whether you are a drug cartel kingpin and you taking what you want, you getting to have that power is you become drunk with power. If you're a celebrity and entertaining, motherfuckers throwing it at you, you become drunk with power. Like, and this affects the way that you think. Once you have this type of power for years and years, you don't look at people normal. You look at motherfuckers like, again, it was a thing. What is it? Let me take this call real quick. Like, when you have when you have access to shit like that, you got to understand it's a different game. What's the motherfucking deal? Who they have calling into the den this evening?
Yeah, it's Lee calling back.
Already, Lee, what you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
Yeah, it's about what you was talking about people having like a lot of power and doing like little satanic mess.
Mm-hmm. All right. So what you know about that? I know you mentioned something about the record deal situation earlier, but like, so what have you had experience with situations like this?
Yeah, real talk, because like some of them cats, that one of them was like super rich, like where he owned a resort, and some of his kinfolks had like where you could do like security for different shows and do security for them, and they sent this old cat that was like the uncle of the lead singer for that band Stone Temple Pilots over to my crib. He was the one that was trying to facilitate getting the dudes murdered. But some of the dudes related to them had like Baphomet tattoos on their arm, like straight up. Like the girl like left a hard drive that introduced me to some of them, and when I looked at it, there was some wild pictures on the damn thing, and one of the cats had a tattoo on his arm. I'm like, what the hell is that shit?
Yeah.
But this is the weird thing, right? All of them fools had like super get out of jail free cards. And some of the security dudes would be like blackmailing people. They'd be like using like the little chicks. That's why I kind of think R. Kelly got set up, because some of the parents be knowing about it. And they'll be sacrificing their kids. Like if they got like a pretty daughter, they'll be like trying to set people up, like trying to be like, we want this person to marry this chick so we can have these people around you. And they kind of pulled that crap with me, because when they tried to offer me the deal, they was trying to tell me what broad to marry and everything and shit.
I do believe that's the thing too. I think a lot of these, you see a lot of these famous relationships, because some of this shit don't make sense, but you know, it is what it is.
You know, it's weird if the people got a crazy ass entourage and shit. Like people that don't make no sense. Like if I had to deal with, they would say my entourage would look retarded.
So what went through your mind and made you say, hey, you know what, this ain't the lick. This ain't what I need to be doing. This ain't the move for me to make.
Oh man, because I ain't stupid. Like what they was asking me to do, like look, the old dude, he tell me who his family is and whatnot when he was hanging out with me and stuff, and he started talking in Hebrew in my living room. He went to grab a beer out my fridge, and he bent down and started saying some shit to the cat. And I was like, what the fuck did you just say to the cat? Because he's like, the Jobo, the Jobo, the Jobo. I'm like, the fuck is the Jobo? Right? So he goes and plops down and pops the beer open. And I'm like, John, what the fuck did you just say to that cat, nigga? Don't wrap your greasy lips around my beer till you tell me what the hell you just said up in the kitchen, man. And then he broke down and was like, oh, I was raised around the Church of Satan. But I told him to screw off. The Church of Satan speak Hebrew to each other. And I'm like, are you speaking Hebrew? You know? It was just weird. And then he started breaking down what he wanted me to do. And the shit was just kind of goofy, because he was like, all right, we'll split 24,000 if you kill this one dude, and you'll get a record deal, you'll get a 7-bedroom mansion, and he offered me some other crap, but he was saying that it was more crap that had to be done. Like, I don't know, like, if you're going to get mad if I say, like, the area or some shit, but, like, should I be keeping it 100?
I mean, it's up to you. You know, you speak your mind in the end, babe. You know, hey, whatever you feel is comfortable for you to speak on, man.
All right, Pete, this. He said that it was like 200 people on a sex offender registry that had to go. And this was like before that 2016 election, right? So Pete, this, right? This like mid to late 2015 and shit, right? And he's like saying it's like 200 people on a sex offender registry. And I'm going to say what little town it was, out in Baraboo, Wisconsin, near the Dells. He said that they had to go, right? So he trying to play me because I'm from the south side of Chicago. So he thinking like everybody from the hood, every nigga a killer. That's basically what they trying to pull, right? So he's saying like, he wanted 24 grand to split with the dude. That's 12.5. Next day, this fool talking about 4 grand. Now, you know, a lot of times for some of the contractors, people be getting like 30,000, and that's lowballing it. But he done took money off the top. First he say half, and it keep dropping down. Would you trust it if a person was saying that they was offering some money to you, and then the amount of money dropped down?
No, I couldn't fuck with it. No, it would sound like something a little off to me. So
I'm just saying.
I got a question. So do you still affiliate with any of those folks that you know, that were with this shit? If you don't want to say, you know,
like,
that's cool.
Affiliated and shit, like, hell no. Like, they ain't like in no, like, clique or nothing like that. Like, they got their own little thing going. and that's kind of what was foul about it. They had been an entourage. If I'd have fell for it and shit and had bought into what they was talking about, because who I found out they was they was connected to the Aryan Brotherhood. Because out in the Midwest, like, I'm a keep it 1,000. Now, this is the crazy thing. part of the reason why that damn executive order came out, and part of the reason why Hillary Clinton didn't win, because her and some of them knuckleheads running around in entertainment, they was doing crazy shit to some of the kids, but some of the shit that they was doing connect to a PDF that you can download called 95 MK Ultra in a Senate hearing that was with a dude named Gaylord Nelson. The Nelson family, if you put in Bill and Ted from the 80s, I swear for God, it'll say at the beginning of the DVD, when you start playing it, it'll say Nelson Entertainment and Interscope. So you might be thinking, like, well, how could some little goofy hillbillies from Wisconsin get you a record deal? That's because them niggas connected with, like, Interscope and all types of shit, just because everybody don't know who really got the money and whatnot. But I'm going to tell you something else. After that damn executive order came out in 2017, you ain't noticed certain people's plane flights was getting turned around, including people from Kanye camp, John Legend, and Chrissy Tingen.
No, I haven't been aware. Like I said, I don't keep up too much with the entertainment.
Look it up.
Okay.
Old girl was posting wild stuff about pedophiles and calling John Legend a pedophile on Twitter or whatever the hell.
That's crazy. So I got one more question for you, though. I got one more question for you. So when old buddy said that stuff to the cat, did the cat respond any differently?
That cat saved my life. They tried to, remember I told you them knuckleheads tried to pay the dude they wanted me to murk to try to kill me? Yeah. The cat started dying first. That cat loyal. You know who gave me the cat?
Who was that?
The little chick that I was doing security with. That was how I met them. I found out because the detective came to my house and started flipping out, talking shit about her. Mm-hmm. The detective was like, why you sticking up for that girl? She a piece of shit. She was raped when she was 3, and she got hooked on crack when she was 12. And I'm like looking like I want to whoop his ass because like, how the fuck she the problem? You said somebody was slanging dope to her when she was 12. Your mouth all fucked up. Don't no regular dope dealer be selling no fucking crack to no 12-year-old. You need your motherfucking thing. How the fuck I whoop it? Like, all right, this where the heck all of the problems start coming into play, because I'm like, y'all protecting these knuckleheads and shit, and then they was like sending all of these other knuckleheads from out in that area. Come to find out that fucking detective, he was working with the human traffic unit for the FBI, but he was trying to cover up for Ty and Gaylord and them Kim folks and whatnot, trying to let them do whatever they was doing, and they was trying to box me in. When they was trying to get me to pull that contract hit, they would have been able to blackmail my ass. Some of them other fools that y'all be listening to, they dumbasses got caught up either dicking some chick down or getting dicked in the booty, or either they was pulling hits, like little punk ass hits, not even really getting broke off no cheddar. Because like some of them was getting like 4 G's, 10 G's. Like you heard that Tekashi 6ix9ine crap where he was offering 30 G's. How he offering a contract hit in the same ballpark trying to murk somebody from like the South Side, from my city? And how he connected to the damn mayor? How his manager the mayor in them? You know what I'm saying? The mayor's kinfolk.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, that's an interesting story, man. You got a lot going on. I gotta piece some of that apart. But man, I appreciate the call, man. And if don't nobody call in a while, you can call back in. We can talk about it some more.
All right. Like again, it was a good conversation with you, man. You got a good show, man.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Shout out to Lee, man.
Oh yeah, and Devin the Dude, best song is "See What I Can Pull."
Hey, okay,
that
you
song
own
is
it.
there.
All right, you own it. All right, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, stay up, man.
Already. There's a lot going on in that one. I got a lot to figure out on that one. Yeah, because I wanted to hear the story. That's why I had to give it an extra few minutes to really just figure out what's going on. I got to check out. I used to watch Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Bill and Ted, excellent. Was it Party On? Excellent, something like that. Said discern discern ceremony. I gotta look into that because I know they had took off for a little while, so they didn't got that thing started back up. The CERN machine, they didn't booted that thing back up. That was Wayne's World. Oh, Billy, that was Wayne's World. See, hey, look, party time. Well, my fault. Look, all this. Look, I'm racist. Goddamn, you know all those goddamn white folks from the '80s look the same. Goddamn it. What was Bill and Ted? Bill and Ted, they was just stupid, huh? That was Wayne's World. Goddamn. Look. I told you I be forgetting shit. Players fuck up. You know. Yeah, Keanu Reeves. Man. I'm over choking on my beverage over here. Is there a reason it's 5 minutes? Well, the reason it's 5 minutes is because, you know, when we do get an abundance of calls, we'll give everybody time. Sometimes the calls go long. Sometimes we'll just, you know, we'll have some entertaining calls and we'll let them ride, you know. But, you know, folks was kind of reaching out to me from different sources. They were saying, hey, man, you know, I like everything that's going on. Some of the calls get too long, and that's the only thing I don't care for too much. So it's okay. And then I know sometimes we'll miss a lot of calls. People will miss opportunities. Sometimes people will want to call in, and then if a call goes too long, you know, they'll stop calling. So I want to give everybody a shot to voice their opinion because we're all friends in the den, and I think everybody, you know, deserves a shot to be able to get their call on, man. So you know what it is. It is what it is. All right, bro. You know, look, when Rashida get on your ass, bro, I got nothing for it. I don't want no beef. I don't want her getting on me, finding me on Facebook, hitting me with the troll. But yeah, that was interesting. That was one of the more interesting calls. Because like I said, it's a couple of things going on. I got to figure it out. But yeah, that was pretty interesting. Yeah, but I think it all goes back to, again, the higher up you get in some of this shit, you'll be surprised some of the things that people are willing to do. You'll realize that sometimes people are willing to go to the extreme. They're willing to, you know, do behaviors that you may find abnormal. And that's why I say you got to be careful thinking that everybody thinks like you. There's a lot of shit that goes on behind closed doors. Because you got to think about, why is it that there's a lot of talented people out there, but it's a lot of folks that don't make it. Got a lot of ambition, got a lot of drive, got a lot of motivation, but they don't succeed. They never get to that next level, you know? So it is what it is. Very interesting. And the plot of Bill and Ted's opening water resorts. The last caller mentioned a rich dude on a water resort. Well, that's interesting. They'll say, what was Bill and Ted? Who had the time? Was that Bill and Ted had the time machines, right? Were they hopping like the phone booths or some shit? I don't know. Okay. Well, look, I fucked it up. I mixed up Wayne's World and Bill and Ted. I gotta go watch some Bill and Ted this weekend. See what I can figure out. Then say many are called, but few are chosen. Okay. Well, if it's a situation like that, I don't think I want to be a chosen one. My most paranormal experience, we were cleaning. My grandma had a cleaning business, and I was young when this happened. And we went to go help her clean like this church temple kind of place thing. And a lot of weird shit happened there. I'd mentioned it before. It was just a lot of weird shit that took place there. And then some things happened after we left. It was like on a Christmas Eve. I think we were actually cleaning that place. Just to, we do all that y'all on y'all. We'll talk about it one day. I might say that for a Supernatural Saturday or some shit like that. If we ever do one. I keep saying we're going to do one and don't ever do one. But a lot of strange shit happened. You know, just odd shit that I found very peculiar. So, Bedtime Story Volume 1. The alien invasion, the illegal immigrants flooding your southern border. We need a theme week. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about doing themed days, but then what will happen is if there is some type of major news that needs to be talked about, we'll, the theme may get a little bit disrupted. Thought-provoking Thursday. Jared has said Deep Thought Thursday. Oh, they both did air guitar? Okay, that could be. It's a lot of shit to discuss. But going back to the Vice thing, we kind of briefly touched on it. And I think it was very interesting because we were talking about it. We had some calls about it earlier that it switched, the calls sometimes it changes the dynamic of the conversation. Because I think I was mentioning it and then, we went elsewhere. So I was talking about Roman and his opinions. Hold on one second. All right, hopefully that sounds a little bit better. Fucking flamed up. So, we talked about the Trump thing. But yeah, what Mike had said when he was talking about Magic Johnson, we were talking about slavery, we were talking about having a victim mindset. Again, we always go back to that saying that the person who thinks he can or thinks he can't is always right. It's the same thing that applies to being a victim, that victim mindset, that oppressive mind state. If you feel like you're oppressed, you're going to find all the reasons in the world why you're oppressed. If you don't feel like you're oppressed, you're going to find all the reasons in the world why you can't succeed or why nothing's stopping you. And so I think that's part of it. You have a certain demographic, a certain type of people who are telling you, who ain't even going through your experience, ain't even going through your shoes, but somehow they've come out of it and been successful. But they're telling you that you can't do it because something's holding you back. But yet these people are successful, wealthy, have everything in the world, but they're telling you that you're oppressed. There's something working against you. Not them though, because they worked hard and they got out of their situation. And you ask them how they got successful, that's how. But you can't do that. You need certain policies. You need certain situations to work for you because you're not smart enough to do it. That's how I feel when people like that say certain stuff. Like, so you made it from a situation maybe even more dire than the situation I'm in, but you didn't have any of these things that benefited you. But I need this, so I'm not with that shit, man. And again, it's not always going to be easy, but that's what makes the journey so wonderful. Everybody finds their own journey, and that's what makes the payoff so rewarding. That when you get to where you want to be, it's a beautiful thing. Am I where I want to be? No, I didn't know. Honestly, I didn't even know I was heading in this direction. Like I said, I was just like reaching this week, and I had to make a decision on an opportunity. And most people say, man, take that opportunity. Feed your family. Be great. All the other good stuff. And I understand that. But then, as like I say, we've been looking at this situation. The people who've reached out. And some of the things that people have said, send emails, send mail, and different things, and the way they talk about the streams, either from Saw Sports or from here, and they just talk about, you know, the value that they feel like it brings, or the community that they feel like it creates, and all those things, man. I felt like shit to disregard all of these people. You know what I'm saying? To disregard all of these people would be selfish on my part. You know, look, I ain't never been tripping on a hustle. You know, I ain't never been tripping on a grind. Like that's never been a thing to me. But to see all these people who believe that, you know, hey, you could do something awesome, you could do something great, you know, you stay on this path, it would be stupid to throw all that away. And so that's why I'm just, it's like, it's time to make that shit happen, you know, because I always say, you know, well, in the future or the end game or the whatever, but I never really push that shit. You know, like, if you want to donate, yeah, donate. If you want to whatever, yeah, whatever. But now that's why I guess I'm a bit more, because even though I still don't, I guess, push it as much as I should, but that's why I guess I'm being a bit more aggressive in moving towards that direction, is because the goal is, you know, right now to get the money right. I know within a couple of months, like I said, I'm going to be probably moving. I'll still be here in the city. I'll still be in the H, but probably going across town, or, you know, trying to move on up like the Jeffersons. But, you know, but there's certain things that I can do that I can't take from my family. So, you know, like I said, I'm a grind, but, you know, so I got to feed my family first. There's only so much that I can invest and put into, you know, being on YouTube. Because for the most part, like I say, being honest, I either break even or I fall a little bit below. But I enjoy doing this. I enjoy talking with all y'all. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy the communication. And so now, like I say, with this that we're trying to get to this goal, the 5K goal, you know, that's going to go all into building something, you know, that both I can combine, you know, from Soft Sports and the Den together and really create something special. Like I say, really have a real serious situation where, okay, we can bring people in, we can really have those conversations. It'll still be the same vibe. Like, I don't plan on changing the vibe, but the look may change up, you know, from time to time. Like I said, we get a guest to come through, or, you know, do some things, you know, I'll reach out to some folks and, you know, do some shit like that. We can make that shit shake, and that's the goal now. And, you know, instead of me sitting there thinking, oh, well, we could do this in a few years, or we could do this in a time. Why not now? You know what I'm saying? Why not now? Why is the time not now? You know what I mean? Shit, ain't nobody even guaranteed to be here fucking tomorrow or a few years from now. So why not now? Instead of, you know, always talking about pushing the dream down the line, why not now? And the fact that, like I say, people have shown a shit ton of love, the time is now. So, with that being said, hold on, let me make sure I bring up the right thing. Bow. Support the Den by going to streamlabs.com/The Den Show. Well, I don't even want to know that, bro. That's too much information. And again, if the Streamlabs link doesn't work for you, there's several other links in the description below where you can, man, appreciate. Oh, look with the cat. Appreciate the love. Hold on, there we go. Yeah, don't act like y'all ain't read the message. Here's what I said, look, the message. I'm sounding country than a bitch. Oh, country bumpkin ass, Honcho. You'll put it right there. You know, appreciate the love, just Sarah. You know, dropping off them Benjamins. You know what I'm saying? Making it rain. I appreciate that love. And so, like I say, man, we gonna make this shit shake. It's time to to do that, to do the damn thing. You know, you say you first. Yeah, and hey, like no bullshit though. No bullshit. When this shit gets right, and like I say, because y'all can't come to my goddamn garage, but when the shit gets right, man, I would love to have the denizens, the dengenerates, you know what I'm saying, the friends of the Den, shit, come through and do an episode, be live and direct, you know, put a face on the name, you know what I'm saying, and be a part of that conversation, you know what I mean? So I think that's, I think that is what it is, you know, so. I agree, man. I think that would be pretty dope. I'm laughing at this Mr. Nasty time. Hey, well, look at Broderick being in the road, looking like old buddy from next Friday. You say Black people in America being used as a weapon more than anything. Many were brought in New Orleans by the French to fight the Indians, and nothing has changed. I think. there's quite a bit of truth to that. Because, and it's funny because I think about Chicago Mike, and he was, he says, as an Asian guy, and his perspective on black culture and how black people approach things. We do, but I think we got to start getting smarter about picking and choosing to fight. Man, appreciate the love. 335 holding it down. 334, with the peace. 3-finger peace sign. Appreciate the love, man. 335. Not only is he holding down the moderating duties, but he's showing some love with them Benjamins. That's what I'm talking about. So Dan feels like a little community. Yeah, Dan. I mean, and it is, and that's why I say it's our own little corner of the interwebs. You know what I'm saying? And I think the Den is not that I think I know for a fact the Den has definitely helped me grow. And again, not everybody agrees, but that's what's so cool about it. Like, it may be some shit we be beefing on, and motherfuckers gonna disagree and argue and be like, man, fuck that and fuck you, and all this other. And then, somehow it'll randomly slide to another topic, and then we all on the same page. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Shout out to Sarah with the little hearts. Yes, that's my love and appreciation for Sarah showing the love. Hello, making it right. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all, okay. That's why I fuck with 335. Be remembering all the shit, babe. That's why I fuck with 335, man. For those of y'all who don't know about that story, I mean, I used to be in school. Fuck it up. Appreciate the love, 335, babe. I don't know if y'all motherfuckers knew about buybacks, right? That used to be some shit when your ass missed too many days of school. You had to go and buy back the days. It basically was like sitting in detention. You had to pay the shit to be able to get the days off your shit, right? And so it was me, one of my homeboys. We was in that bitch, you know what I'm saying? I'd go to buybacks, especially when I didn't have set period, I'd go get lit. I mean, I'd go get high as shit and then come back in time, to go to buybacks. But I want to say this might have been my sophomore year, so it might not have been. I had to do my senior. I had to do them every year. But so there was a little dude in there, man, and he was kind of like, I don't know what it was wrong with him. Like, he was kind of, I guess he was special needs or something like that. I mean, he was coherent and understanding shit. He wasn't like he was just, he was a little bit off. And it was a white guy who used to, who was in charge of buybacks. Bald-headed dude. Bald-headed white dude. He was cool, though. He never really had a problem. I think he used to teach math or something. I ain't never had him for a class. And, man, so the dude, let's be honest. When somebody's like, they have a special needs, they're kind of a little bit different. People, tend to, automatically feel sorry. It's just like human nature. You have that pity for somebody, right? I mean, it just happens. You ain't gonna treat them fucked up. You ain't gonna do it bad. Some people cold-blooded. Some people don't give a shit. Anyway, he was doing something. I forgot what it was. And old buddy kept telling him, either stop talking or doing something. And we were in a classroom. And so eventually, I guess he got on the teacher's nerve. He's like, man, now you know what? This day ain't finna count for you. You finna have to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, fine. Fuck you, bald head motherfucker. And I was like, me and my home, we died laughing over. Because them bitches used to be like detention. So we in that bitch just died like, oh, this motherfucker called a bald head motherfucker. And he's like, here, use the phone to call your ride or whatever. And so there's a little phone on the wall right by the door. So this motherfucker go pick up the phone. He called and he's like, hello, it is I, your son. And man, I'm talking about we couldn't contain that. That shit was so fucking funny. We used to say this shit every time we see each other, me and my partner. After it is I, your son. It was just I guess his parents ain't know who the fuck he was or whatever. That's a better rock. And I'm just like, that shit sound like some old medieval type British shit. It is I, your son. So I guess he made his little call or whatever. And then he turned to be of a homeboy before he left, talking about him. I don't know if he said, I'm going to go smoke, but he turned and he was like, he did the little smoking sign, peace. And it was a 3-fingered peace sign. And the 3-fingered peace, oh my God, that dog, it was it. We lost it. I was trying my best to because motherfucker ain't want to get in trouble. Yeah, it was like ISS. But ISS was all day. I stayed I stayed in ISS, dog. And when he hit with the 3-finger peace sign, dog, like, dog, oh my God, I lost that shit. I'm talking about, I fucking lost it. I was really trying, because you don't want to get in no fucking trouble. But just the bald head motherfucker, like I was like, this nigga out of line, he really tripping, you know what I'm saying? And that motherfucker went off. But I ain't feel so sorry for him after that. Man, that shit was hilarious. What was you talking about? If he wouldn't have been in there talking shit, you know what I'm saying, and it would have just been on some old normal shit. If it would have just been on some normal shit, I'd be like, okay, but he kind of, whatever. But that nigga was in there talking shit because he called a bald head motherfucker. He was like, fuck you, bald head motherfucker. And called him some other shit. Like, he was in that bitch talking shit. So it was like, at that point, you like, man, this nigga talking shit back. You can't feel bad for this nigga. It ain't like he just, he oblivious to the situation. That shit was fucking hilarious. I'm talking about we in that motherfucker trying to write notes and shit. Cause you can't talk. That motherfucker be ready to kick you out. But that was like, I want to say that was either freshman or sophomore. I was in them bitches every year. I can't remember though. I was in them bows like every year. Cause I never fucking went to class. But then I remember like my senior year, cause I remember I didn't have a 7th period, especially like when football was over with or whatever. So I'd leave. We used to have a spot where we would go smoke at my partner's house in the in the back. And it was called a shed. Well, it was a shed, so it wasn't called a shed. It was a shed. And like, motherfuckers thought that hoe was like a club. Like, cause motherfuckers would leave school and go hang out. I remember fucking, one time something happened to the car and riding the bus and had to go fucking. I was riding the bus to my partner's house, and so he was gonna get off over there. And he's like, man. And it was some young nigga. This nigga ain't even smoking. Man, yeah, I'm getting off, man. I'm coming through. I'm gonna come through the shed, man. I'm coming. Like, no, the fuck you not, nigga. You ain't never motherfucking me came through the shed ever. Like, don't be on the bus fronting like you really fucking with us, my nigga. You ain't coming through no goddamn shed. Like, nigga. But we go in that home and smoke. We had fucking put some, it was like a regular ass old, beat up shed, like a little tool shed. So we ended up cleaning that hoe out, running an extension cord to that bitch. We put a TV in that bitch, a little Super Nintendo radio, a recliner. I think that bitch had like a little love seat or some other little chairs in that bitch. And we used to be in that motherfucker just cool, and we smoked that bitch out, you know what I'm saying? Just go hit the backyard, hit the back fence. And that was like the little chill spot. We'd be in that hole for fucking hours, nigga. Nigga had hoes in the shed and shit sometimes. But I remember my partner, he had a that Super Nintendo, man. We used to be in that whole jamming Project Pat. What was that? Which one was that? Was that Getty Green? That hoe used to be like the main CD. But he had a pit. And the pit was familiar with the motherfuckers who were regulars in the shed. You know what I'm saying? And one time a nigga tried to come through and just, we was cool with him, but we had forgot that he wasn't really a fucking regular, that he didn't really come through. Like, so the dog ain't know his ass. Dog's named Brutus. Man, we in that hole getting lit. And then we just started hearing a motherfucker yelling like, hey, get the dog. My nigga name was Chris, hey. And just like, what the fuck is going on, man? We go look outside. This motherfucker like on the fence, straddling the fence, dog, and shit. Like, look, a dog got this motherfucker pinned up and shit. We in this, it's just everything, you high, so everything fucking fun. There used to be a bunch of little dumb shit going on in the shed. You had to get the fucking dog. That nigga was finna tear a hole in his ass. Like, that motherfucker was screaming like a broad. And then I remember one time the fucking dog ate the sack. Then motherfucking me, the dog ate the sack. It was like a little half an ounce or something. My partner did one off somebody, and he called himself hiding it. The dog got a hold of that hoe. That bitch, that nigga was chilling. You know what I'm saying? That nigga was chilling. That for about a day and a half, it seemed like that nigga ain't want to do shit. What else happened to shit? But yeah, man, we went to this other party one time, and it was a cool little party. It was like when a little high school party. Niggas in that hoe drunk, and then it was time for that party to end, and motherfuckers still looking for something to do. So we was in that hoe. We said, man, we like, man, fuck this. Here's me and a couple of motherfuckers. Like, man, fuck this, man. Let's go to the shed. Fuck that shit, because we couldn't smoke there, because it was like, niggas' parents don't be tripping. They, let you drink beer, get all wasted. This Texas, motherfuckers wasn't tripping on no shit like that. And so we're like, fuck it, man, let's go to the shed, man. We're going to go over there to the shed. What's the shed, man? After party at the shed? And like when I say that shit spread through the whole fucking party, like that was not the intention. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, let's go to the shed. Like motherfuckers really thought this was a club. And so, you know, everybody following us, they ended up going back to my partner's house. You know, his people wasn't there. So he ended up having an after party there. But then after that, that's when that hoe became named Club Shed, because motherfuckers really thought it was like we was going to some kind of club or some shit, you know. And so yeah, that was cool after that. Then that hoe had the nickname. Motherfuckers started acting like they was fucking with the Shed after that. It was like, nah, nigga, y'all ain't Shed OGs. Y'all can't come through like this. Y'all can't just be popping up unannounced and shit. But, you know, little simple ass high school shit. That shit used to be fun and entertaining. But now, niggas got all this fancy technology. Y'all think y'all too cool for this. Y'all youngsters don't know nothing about that there right there. Yeah, man. It's like, yeah, come on, yeah. Somebody share some interesting story. Let's the Saudi Arabian desert. What's going on in Saudi Arabia? Word? Let me put that in my. I'm gonna fix my notebook so I can get all my shit I'm supposed to. All y'all recommendations and shit. But man, I was watching old buddy when he was talking about the impact of global warming or climate change, and just some of the shit that's gonna be happening. He's talking about how, like in India, one of the biggest cities, in India, will, like in 30 years basically won't be livable if we continue on at this pace. And that, you know, the UN and proposed some shit, you know, that we supposed to get our carbon footprint down to a certain level. And shit, I'm saying it's basically impossible to do. You know what I'm saying? So it will be interesting. Yeah, India gonna be a superpower as soon as T-Series take over PewDiePie. That's when they gonna start becoming a superpower, man. That's what's gonna happen. So it's craziness. I'm telling y'all, that's a sign of the time. Once PewDiePie go down, that's the beginning of the end for everybody. Y'all better be ready. All right, y'all give me one brief second here. I gotta take care of like a real quick thing. Get rid of some of this shit. There's too much shit going on. Wow. Get that out of there. All right, there we go. So, you know, again, yeah, I mean, look, the deadline is relatively dead. So if y'all want to call in, I won't hit y'all with the timestamp. See what y'all really talking about, what y'all got going on. Danny F., have you called in yet? You've been joining us lately. You have been, you know, an active participant in the den the last few days. Wonder, do you have something, I'm sure you have something interesting to share with us. You've had some very interesting comments within the chat. I'd like to know your thoughts on something. Call in, share your thoughts with us, you know. Utilize the Denline. So I want to know how you feel about something. But let me think. I can't share. Let me see. I've got to share some crazy story. I got to say those for fucking Confession Sunday. You don't know what to talk about. Well, you could share your feelings on R. Kelly. You could share your feelings on the Vice video. You know, robo-hoes. Oh, that BBWs and robo-hoes. That used to be look, that's what's going to happen. Like, you know, when we get the den and everything set up, you know, Rogan got all that shit in the background. It ain't going to be like, I ain't going to copy Joe Rogan shit, but I'm going to buy a robo-hoe and she's going to be in the back of the den. Yes, yes. I've ever caught two people cheating? No, can't say that I have. Cannot say that I have. Uh-oh. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, this is Rashida. How y'all doing?
Doing all good, Miss Rashida. How are you this evening?
I'm good.
Okay. Well, what's on your mind? What would you like to talk about this evening?
Well, I guess I'll start with R. Kelly.
Okay.
He just pathetic. He just looks so... Oh, my goodness. He just looked like he had a mental disorder.
So you don't feel like, do you feel like it was genuine, or do you feel like he was putting on some theatrics?
Both. I feel like I saw mental illness. And he looked a little slow too, like he got dyslexia or something. I don't know. I just saw something. I just saw hints of dyslexia and mental illness.
I didn't know that you could see dyslexia, but hey, you know, learn something new every day. So I mean, what about the two young ladies? Did you get a chance to see their interview?
Yeah, I watched that. Now that I kind of believed. I believe that he did not hold those women hostage. I believe they were there because they wanted to be.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it's just too many ways for you to get out of somewhere if you don't want to be there. And then people knew where they were. So it's not like they hidden underground like Bin Laden or nothing. You know what I'm saying? They out in the open, in a house. They could leave. They didn't want to leave. They liked him supporting them and buying them things.
Okay. So what if R. Kelly came up to you and offered you a chance to join the R. Kelly family? Would you accept that offer?
Can you repeat that?
I said, what if R. Kelly came up to you? You know, I know you're out there on the South Side or wherever he is in the Chi-Town. You know, he came up to you and said, Rashida, and he started singing you a song. You know, I'm the world's greatest. I want you to come join the R. Kelly family. Would you accept his offer?
It depends on how old I was.
Okay. I mean, what if you
Okay, let me be honest. Hell yeah, I'm going.
That's right. I was about to say, I think even though people may say what they want to say about R. Kelly, I think the majority would, given that real opportunity, I think that they would seize it, you know.
Now, he's not going to be pissing on me and all that other kind of freak shit he do not. Now, I'm not going with that. You got to draw the line somewhere.
But what if he give you a poncho?
No, I'm not going for that. No poncho. Now he can spray some water on me, you know, but he's not gonna be urinating on me. No, I'm not going for that.
That's wild. I mean, what if that's the only way, you know, he can reach the final destination?
Well, you're going to have to find another route because that's not going to work for me.
God damn, you know.
But, I mean, he had multiple women, so that can go. One of the other ones can do that. So.
I mean, but, you know, he might, you know, he trying to figure out what you about, you know. He trying to welcome you and he trying to initiate you, you know, into the R. Kelly family. You know, you got
no. I would have to leave. Then I'm out of there. I'm gone.
That's messed up.
Now, if I got a friend or something, I might fill her up now.
You're trying to get your friend set up and wet up. Ain't that a bitch?
No, but it's some freaky people out there that's interested in it. You know, he just has to find the right ones that's of age.
Yeah, they got that's definitely a key word. You got to be of age. So, what you're saying, so you kind of feel like you believe the women who were, in that situation, and that they were not being held against their will. Did you have a chance to see what the interview with the parents?
I saw something with, I think, Jocelyn's father, or was that Azriel's father or something. And he was just saying it was a lie or something like that, but I really didn't know who to believe because they both sound like they was telling the truth a little bit, so I'm not sure. Okay. But if they were selling their kids, they just pathetic people. Like, I don't understand how you could do something like that. Ain't no amount of money worth selling your child like that.
So do you think maybe it's a situation where they attempted to put her in a position hoping to get some fame and fortune, and maybe things didn't go the way that they were planned, and R. Kelly may have convinced her to be his girlfriend or whatever else, and she decided that she didn't want them in her dealings and she's happy in her situation?
I think that's a possibility where they could have been trying to set him up, and then she got caught up in actually falling in love with him and everything. So, yeah, I could see that. Okay. But if you're trying to date a young girl that's that close to 18 or 19 and you're not sure, just leave it alone.
Yeah, I would agree. And show me some ID before I get knee deep into
exactly.
I don't see. Got to follow his own advice.
He just brought on himself.
But
he just brought something on himself. So.
But so some of the young ladies were saying that the parents told them to, try to catch him in sexually compromising positions, take pictures, and do things to blackmail him. Now, some callers have said they felt like that was coached speak, or do you feel like they were genuine about that? Do you think that they would? Do you think that they're so enthralled with R. Kelly that they would lie on their parents like that?
And see, that's the thing about it. The things they said could get their parents arrested. So I was wondering about that. Like, do you care about your parents? Yeah. And I really don't know, because I wonder, if they have pictures and the parents have pictures of things, then it was true.
Because, now I know they said something about, receiving a plane ticket from his manager or something of that sort. And I don't think that says too much. Again, when you're sitting here saying that you were trying to get her a deal or she was supposed to be working something with R. Kelly, excuse me, that she was supposed to be a part of something with R. Kelly, him introducing her. They even mentioned about her, having some type of concert experience or something along that line. So I don't think the ticket says much either way. So I don't know how to really look at that one. But what do you think, from just kind of looking at what you do know, and again, we're all outside looking in, what do you think is going to happen?
I think he's going to have to spend some time in jail.
Do you think it's going to be for the rest of his life?
That's the only way to resolve it. Even if he don't get a lot of time, he got to do something.
Okay. All right. So that's interesting. So you don't think it'll be a permanent? Because some people talk about all these these things carry up to I think 7 to 10 years each. That's if he gets all of them, that could be what 49 to no I'm sorry that could be 70 to 100 years because what 10 counts. So so do you think?
No, I don't see that. I don't see that as happening.
Okay.
I really don't. I think he probably might get 10 years at the most.
That's a long time.
Yeah, that is a long time, but he done got away with for 20 or 30 years. He enjoyed his life.
So if R. Kelly goes to jail, what is he, like 51 now, and does 10 years, and he comes out and drops an album in 10 years on some Isley shit, you gonna buy the album?
I never buy his music. I just listen to it online or on the radio. So.
That's messed up. I thought you was.
I mean, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't listen to it because I would have to listen to it because everybody else gonna be listening to it, so I know what to say when they talking about it. Like when they like, did you hear the new R. Kelly? Yeah, I heard it, but I don't listen to it.
Okay. Now I guess you gotta know what's going on. Let me do this. Pow.
That probably be his best album, though, because he have a lot of time to think about his wrongdoings to everything. He's gonna put all that into that album.
So, do you think though, if he did go and he did, a significant amount of time, say 5 to 10 years, do you think people will forgive him, or do you think people will still feel the way that they felt?
I don't even know that people is really upset with him like they should be because. The way they be protecting and deflecting, I mean, I just don't know.
It's interesting because I know on one of the videos, I did a little short R. Kelly video yesterday. Somebody got mad at me and told me I'm listening to everything the media talking about and that I'm blind and videos can be altered. And I'm like, damn, that's a VHS. That motherfucker gonna be, I don't know. I mean, you got to do a little bit of digital editing, but I mean, I don't know. But we live in a day and age, and here's something that I start to question. And this is what I'm starting to question is because we live in a digital age, right, where you can almost do anything. They got this stuff called deep fakes. Oh, man, Danny F., I appreciate the love. Thank you for dropping some Benjamins in the den. But they have this stuff called deep fakes, and basically where you can take somebody's face and, put it on somebody else's body and make it look as if they're doing something, right? And again, we have all this technology to fuck with digital editing and doing all these things. I think it's going to get to a point soon where even being on video camera is going to no longer be able to be considered evidence because of, the way that things can be altered and created these days. And so I wonder, how long it's going to be before that happens, or if they're going to try to maybe use that as something to try to, during the trial to say, oh, it wasn't him, it was a digital edit or something like that.
That's a dangerous thing, man. If they can do that for a whole video, my goodness.
Oh yeah, they had a big thing on the internet. They were talking about a lot of people were uploading like stuff to like some of these porn sites, but it was what they would do is, they try to find a video of a certain quality, and if a person's face, a famous person's face is making certain expressions and things like that, they can take that and edit it onto somebody else's face and attach it to it, and it makes it look like that person is doing, something else. So they can attach somebody else's face to another person's body. So they were doing like a little bunch of porn tapes and things like that, making it look like certain celebrities had been releasing sex tapes. So,
oh my goodness!
I don't even know that it hadn't. So it was a thing, and I don't think it was too difficult to do it. So,
did they ever say where the tape came from? Did they ever say where the tape came from? The one that got R. Kelly for his time.
No, I don't know, and that's another thing that has me curious is because who has been sitting on this tape all this time, and if they were a
part, what I really want to know.
If they were a part of his entourage, because they say it's an R. Kelly whistleblower, so they said somebody in his camp. That means they've been letting him get away with this for a long, and they've been knowing about it, and they've been okay with it. And that's why I say I do agree. The money has run out. People are looking for the next payday. They want to keep their lifestyle, afloat above water, and so they're looking for the next way to get paid, and that's by, pressing R. Kelly, getting him to go to jail, and then they can come out and tell a story and make money off the story. You know what I mean? So,
but they had to preserve that tape though, because tapes, don't they get messed up after a certain amount of time? Like they went through some kind of, I don't know, to preserve that tape.
Shit, they got 2 VCRs, and so they copied, one, and they made a duplicate. And so if that's the case, but seriously, I'm joking, but I'm serious. If they made copies of this tape, You know, how do you really honestly believe that they gave the only copy to police? Fuck no. They have more copies, and this is why I say this is child pornography. This is these motherfuckers should be pressed just like anybody else because you're in possession of it. When these motherfuckers get busted for having shit on their hard drives. For when Jared, what's the name? Subway sandwich. Why Subway always in some more suspect shit? But the Subway sandwich man, he got busted. It didn't matter who was on the shit. What mattered is that he had, child porn. I mean, you see all these other rings that get busted for child porn. Somebody had this tape, and if it's truly underage, and they knew that this person was underage, and they were aware, they were there when the person, did it, because obviously they had a way to do. Because somebody said that there's a duffel bag full of tape. I'm like, nah, motherfuckers might be just going too far. But if they have access to this shit, and there are tapes like that, and they know about it, then shit, you a part of shit. If there's literally a duffel bag and you had access to one tape, that means you had access to the entire duffel bag. You could have got out with that shit and took it to the proper authorities and derailed this whole situation and been proved it, and this would have been over with a long time ago. But again, like I said, it's about the money. They probably kept that one tape. Yeah, look here, Kels, I got a tape on your motherfucking ass. You better keep paying me. If you don't pay, then the tape on the way. You know what I'm saying? And so, and they're trying to take the man out. And I'm not saying that I'm vouching for the man, but I'm thinking that there are other forces behind it, and he's not playing the game that they want to play anymore. He can't afford to play the game they want to play anymore. And so now they like, fuck it, I'm gonna get paid another way. I'm gonna put this shit out as a anonymous source, quote unquote whistleblower. Then on the back end, I'm gonna make money by saying, oh, I got a story to tell, or I know some shit, but I ain't gonna be the one that let people know that I released the tape. Because again, whoever has this tape should be in jail. Whoever's been holding on to this tape should be in jail.
Exactly, because if it was made around the same time as the other one, it would have helped the other case.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what they were saying. Oh. And they talking about this evidence, this new shit is between 98 and 2008 or 98 and 2010, whatever it is. But still, the fact is, shit. So you've been sitting on some shit from over 20 years ago. You know what I mean? And you just now coming out with that shit. So one, we know it's somebody in this camp that's old, goddamn it, because it ain't one of these young motherfuckers. So they've been around for 20-something years.
Exactly.
But like I said, it's just a bunch of crazy shit. That's why I say my whole thing with this case is not that we got to discover anything about R. Kelly. R. Kelly's sick. He got issues, and he need to go to jail, but he needs some rehabilitation too if he is truthfully found guilty of the things that he's accused of. Now, if it's a bunch of false bullshit, which I don't think it is, he beat the case, go on with his life.
I feel like he must have been showing the people them tapes or something, because how the hell the tapes get out his possession?
Yeah, he over there acting like old buddy from Menace to Society. Y'all want to see this tape?
Exactly. You got some sick shit like that. You should have destroyed all that shit once your ass got off the first time. He's just stupid. At some point, he just have to take ownership of his stupidity.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing.
I mean, mentally ill. I'm not going to call him stupid. He's mentally ill.
But just like Ross said, man, creeps running packs. So it probably was a crew of them, man.
Exactly.
Check out they probably watching this shit and all kind of bullshit going. Like I say, man, you never know, what somebody got going on. Made me think of old buddy from a few years back, the dead giveaway nigga. We're talking about we used to eat ribs with this dude. We didn't have a clue, and he had the girls in the basement and shit. Like, you don't know. You don't know what the next motherfucker got going on. You don't know what the motherfucker living right next to you got going on. You know what I'm saying? And so, again, these celebrities with money to do all this, man, shit. Okay. So how do you feel about MJ with the people coming back and attacking MJ? How do you feel about that? You feel the same way MJ about R. Kelly?
Nope. I feel like those alleged victims need to take them Peter Pan costumes out of their closet, put them on and fly away, because this some bullshit. They need to leave Michael Jackson. Yeah, leave Michael alone. He ain't bothering nobody. He gone. Leave his memory alone.
Okay. All right. I had another question. Oh, okay. You know what I was going to say. So here's the deal, though. What if R. Kelly gets hit with all these charges, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he beats the case again. Do you think that he will be a bigger artist than ever? Or do you think that his career is over with?
Well, I think he's just gonna do okay because he still got the people that support him no matter what. That say, "Oh, he got off." That means he's not guilty, even though they probably know deep down he's guilty. But they're gonna use that not guilty as a way to just be in denial again. He's still gonna be able to do his music and go do his concerts and stuff, I feel. Because there's still a lot of people out there supporting him.
Yeah, obviously, if the daycare owner coming and breaking $100K to see him, free, and then his ass went back 5 days later, goddamn. So I think that's very interesting. But the thing is, if he does beat that case, I think you're gonna have a whole lot of people, because there's still a lot of people who support him now, But I think you're gonna have a whole lot of people who come out and oh, see, we told you. And like you said, they're gonna use that as a foundation, and they're gonna support him harder than ever. You know what I mean? So I think that's tough. I think that's real tough. They say, why did I talk about Weinstein? Oprah fucked up. Oh yeah, Oprah's behind a lot. Man. Let's talk about raggedy ass Oprah. She rich in the motherfucker. I can't call her raggedy ass. She rich as hell.
I couldn't believe she did that shit though. Yeah. I could not believe it. I mean, all the people that do an interview with these people, you gonna do it? Come on now.
Mm-hmm. That's what I say. But right now, Oprah trying to capitalize on every opportunity. She see Lifetime over there eating. You know what I'm saying? You say R. Kelly.
And then Gayle, she knows she should have took the R. Kelly interview. They should have gave that to Ayanna because she did not handle that interview too good.
Okay, so you didn't
like it. Way too easy on him.
So do you think, what about because she was asking the young ladies about their sex life, do you think that's relevant to the situation?
In normal circumstances, no. But in this case, yes, it was relevant.
Why do you think so?
Because it kind of shows, like, what he really wanted them for. Because people saying, like, they there for music opportunities or whatever, but if he just had them there as his women or whatever, then that goes against that. That's what I'm saying, Allie. Ayanna would have went ham on him, and he probably would have cursed Ayanna out. He just sat up there and acted a fool with Gayle, got up and with the curse, and I'm like, what the hell? And then the young ladies was getting smart with her.
Well, you think Gayle couldn't really handle that responsibility?
No, Gayle couldn't handle that, and that's why they wanted her. But they knew what they was gonna do. They set her up anyway. Out of all the people to interview, how much experience do Gayle have interviewing people?
I don't even know. I'm not super familiar with it.
Me either. That's what I'm saying.
But my thing with her is how biased she was, like, afterwards. After, when they sit at the little table and they talking about the shit, they definitely...
She wouldn't even have that job if she wasn't Oprah friend, because she's just terrible in my opinion. I don't even think she's a good reporter. So I don't care what nobody got to say.
She was diving tough in that Oprah muff, and she got hooked up, man. Look.
Exactly.
Where is Stedman?
That's in high places. That's great.
Where is Stedman? I'm trying to find. I ain't seen Stedman in about 10 years. Where is this nigga? This nigga's rumored.
He's probably out there with his friend. I don't know. I don't know what kind of situation they got going on.
That's a whole weird situation. See, like I said,
yeah, it's very weird.
That's part of that elite shit,
Yeah, Gayle ain't gonna never find no man because she got special friends.
Cause I found it funny because I was, like I said, I did a little bit of brief research, and I think right when she had got divorced and she had 2 kids, it was right around the time that Oprah and Stedman were supposed to get married, but then they said something about a a spiritual relationship or spiritual, I forgot what they call it. But so basically about around that same time frame. So instead of really getting married, they not married. And then that's around the same time Gayle got her divorce. So like I said,
right, neither one of them gonna ever get married.
So we know what's really shaking. We know what's really going on. We don't want to know what's going on, but we know what's going on.
I mean, she does the best she can in the position that she has, but that's all.
Yeah, she ain't gonna talk about Weinstein because she could do just as much, and I'm pretty sure she'd be able to pull plenty of rabbits out the hat on Weinstein, but she's not gonna do that. You know why?
No,
not?
she's not gonna touch that. She's not gonna mess with that. And then Monique called her out, and she was like, she can't believe Oprah did that. And I was like, yeah, Monique, it's time to get her now.
Monique was talking about it. But but that's the thing, though. You know, Monique, she finna pounce and attack because she been mad at Oprah. And,
you know, she ain't listening to shit Steve told her because Steve told her leave them people alone, but she ready to go right in.
Yeah, she gonna try to capitalize on it. And my thing is I ain't mad at her, but you know the thing about Monique is she gotta pick her lane, man. It's either you want to be Hollywood, and so you do that thing, and you gotta, you know, deal with the powers that be. Or you do you and remain independent, talk all the shit you want to, but you know you can't have both. That's my deal with her, babe. But outside of that,
exactly,
you know, I ain't even tripping. So,
but Oprah tripping though. She think because she Oprah, she can do what she want to do. No, we finna get you too. You just wait.
There's gonna be a bunch of little Oprah assistants that's gonna come out talk about Oprah Me Too. I mean, she probably paying some motherfuckers off too. Shit, Oprah probably harassing young girls, but she paid them off and gave them a scholarship or something, making them feel like they earned some shit. But crazy stuff.
I didn't even watch the interview. I might have to go watch the actual interview. I just been talking, so I don't know. But I don't feel like I'm a like it, so I don't really want to watch it. But Oprah and the two young men, or what? How old are they now? About 50 or 30?
Well, Oprah had an interview with two young men.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that. What happened? What's that all about? Tell me what's going on with that.
Those the two young men is saying that Michael Jackson touched them.
Is she behind that shit too?
Yeah, that's Oprah.
Come on, Oprah, you fucking tripping. I say Oprah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I said. I gotta watch that.
Oprah with that Me Too bullshit. But here's the thing, though. See, this is what I say will be killing us. You know, people sit here and talk about racism, and they only going after black men. But shit, Oprah, a black woman, she the one doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, so it ain't none of that. It's look, now we ain't gonna let y'all get too far. Look, we gonna undermine all y'all motherfuckers. It's Oprah doing that. Oprah evil. She
and then, like somebody just said, she was supposed to be his friend. Her and Michael Jackson was real cool. I just can't believe it.
Bro, she don't care now. Shit, she trying to get all she can get. She gonna do whatever she can eat. She was in on trying to take out Chappelle. Look, Chappelle all part. You can't stop Chappelle. See. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe she just bored and got shit to do.
Yeah, she trying to take niggas out. Here's the thing: you can't take out Chappelle. The reason why Chappelle propelled is because and excelled. Yes, I'm sounding like a church preacher, but it's because when he turned down that money, that put him on another plateau.
Exactly.
And so people have a different level of respect for Chappelle. Chappelle can say whatever the fuck he want to because you're gonna have to pay him. And then the fact that he was so naturally and genuinely funny. So now it's just like. He had a product that the people wanted. You know, he left all that time. You had to break bread with him because he's willing to walk away from the money. So he said that he's ethical. He set his moral standard and, you know, that he's not to be bought out with the bullshit. And then when he came back, he had what people wanted. So you had to pay him and he still loved it. So I know they was mad at him because he had a joke where he talked about trannies or he said the word faggot or something like that. And they was mad about that shit. Like, and he was like, I don't give a fuck. But that's the thing. Like, you can't give a fuck. You know, when you set yourself on that plateau, you set yourself on that platform, you really can't. And that's why I say I don't understand, you know, people getting mad about it. I think that you should be able to say what you, as long as you ain't talking about nobody specific, and you ain't calling somebody out their name, or you're not directly targeting some hate towards somebody, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want to, man. You know what I mean?
I was concerned about him at first when he turned down all that money. I was like, is he on something? What's wrong with Dave? Like, you my guy, like, don't do that. Don't leave comedy. But he came back strong. So I think he did what he had to do for himself, and that was good.
Yeah, Dave is.
But he had me questioning him though. I was really like, Dave, like, if I would have had his email or his DM or something, I'd have been like, hey, bro, what's going on, man?
But that's so funny though, because the media, think about how they did Dave, man. They said Dave was on crack.
They did him both.
Dave was all this.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
when you don't buy into their bullshit, you know, you all this stuff. You know what I mean? They did Dave bad, man. And what's fucked up, who was the dude who was supposed to be his partner, Neil Brennan, you know, was kind of out there talking bad about him too. So now you see you don't really see them fucking around no more. Now Dave capitalized on Neil. I guess Neil still got some stuff going on. But, you know, you don't ever see them talking no more because he kind of was on some same shit. Dave even mentioned that. But the thing about Dave, man, Dave is hilarious. I remember when he came to the city, we had some real good seats. And the motherfucker who was next to us, he was pissy motherfucking drunk. And Dave just was so now they ended up removing that nigga out of it. I was finna try to holler at his old lady. That's when I was still a dog, Honcho.
Oh, okay.
He was out of there. She was looking good. That motherfucker sleeping in the seat all drunk. And she was a little flirtatious. I was from shit, you know, how you doing? You know, what's my name? But you know, it is what it is. But now Broderick left. He had to go get some Mr. Nasty time. But you know, the thing about it is, like I say, Dave, I've always been a fan of Dave for a long time, and I'm just glad that he was able to survive and he was able to overcome.
Me too. I'm definitely a fan, and I'm very glad he came back strong.
Yeah. And the thing that I find interesting is that, to me, Dave is probably the last pillar standing in comedy, because everybody else is buckling under the pressure. Everybody else is folding to be PC and to do all this other stuff because they know that they'll lose. Dave don't give a shit. He ain't got nothing to lose. You got to pay to play anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And his fan base is too strong. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh.
He don't have to cater to nobody. He can do his own thing. That's what money, opportunities, and stuff bring you. Mm-hmm. He got his own brand. He don't need nobody to promote him.
Said Corey Feldman said he got tossed around by pedos in Hollywood as a child. He even said none of his friends were ever treated inappropriately by Michael. So that's what I'm saying. Like, but they don't want to hear that shit. And that's what I'm saying. That's why Hollywood is weird. Like, man, it's all that shit is strange, man. That's why I say I don't even let the little one be getting on YouTube like that, because she knows that, you know, I do stuff on YouTube. But she went, I want to do that. No, the fuck you don't. And no, the fuck you ain't. You know what I mean? Like, it just ain't gonna rock like that. You're gonna have a whole lot of shit you're gonna have to learn before you ever get a chance to motherfucking me. You know what I'm saying?
And I think that when the kids are young, you really have to keep an eye on them, especially in these different industries, because people take advantage of them and then try to make them seem older than they are.
A bunch of weird shit. That's why I say I find those fucking pageant moms really strange, because, like,
me too. Oh my goodness, they had those little girls looking like they 40. Like, what is going on? I'm like, she got wearing MAC lipstick, eyeliner. Like, what are y'all doing? Oh, that's a whole nother. You know what? That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, that's again. We're gonna have to talk about that one day. That pageant culture and how strange that is. I might have to drop that in the topic list. But yeah, man. So it is what it is. Oh no, Heidi, you don't get to now believe victims, Heidi. God damn it. No matter if you got paid or not. you can't be changing it up now. You can't be talking about, oh, we got to make R. Kelly guilty, but we can't believe the victim, Corey Feldman. I won't stand for this. Now look, don't trust Heidi, Broderick. You know, she was trying to undermine you. She was trying to take your account out. She was trying to give you 3 strikes.
But sometimes you're just trying to ask questions to get the whole story, and they accuse you of trying to attack the victim. No, I just want to know all the details of what happened. That's all.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because you want to know the truth. Because motherfucker, and that's why I say that I'm really cautious of this interview, because, like I say, after every little thing, like I said, when they went back to that panel with Gayle, you know, well, I talked to her father, and her father said, well, what did they say? You know, well, R. Kelly was back there and he was making noises and he was doing this and doing that. But did they seem happy? Did they seem distressed? Because you can tell if someone is distressed, if someone is, you know, under duress or whatever it may be. They seem to be sitting there supporting each other. You know, when she started talking about her parents' behavior, she started to break down on that. If she was noticeably stressed, she'd have been much more stressed before that. I think it's a lot of things that you could see, but I don't think that being with R. Kelly was one of those problems.
I think those young ladies want to live a nice lifestyle because I believe at the time he did have a little money. He's a little poorer now, so I'm not sure how long they're going to stay there with him. But they definitely wanted to enjoy that richer lifestyle.
Yeah. So my thing though now is now that he's poor, don't you think if it was really all about the money, they know he ain't got it like he used to. Why wouldn't they turn on him now? Because he's not, obviously, with all these accusations, with everything going on, he's losing fame. You know, they know he's getting muted, R. Kelly or whatever, all that other stuff is going on. You know, he's losing access to songs and shows. And again, he could barely bail himself out. He couldn't even bail himself. Somebody else had to come bail him out. So they know he doesn't have the money. Why wouldn't that be the ideal time right then and there to go ahead and jump ship? I mean, you had a avenue to tell the whole world the truth, and nobody could have stopped you because it was recorded. It is what it is, you know, and you could have shown any signs of problematic behavior. There's been time they ran up on them when they was in the studio or something like that a couple of weeks ago because people were trying to say that they were being held hostage, which is killing me because the parents say, oh, well, the laws couldn't do anything. Well, they showed did run into the fucking apartment. They showed did run in on them motherfuckers and had them separated in rooms. And the women said that they were fine. They were not being held hostage. They were happy about the situation. And so, you know, there was no preparation of script then, you know, because that was an unexpected event. So obviously they like being in the situation that they're in. But if they didn't, and if it was about the money, why not jump ship now while the iron is hot? People would love to hear their story. They could turn on him and add more shit, more fuel to the fire. If they did have to go through a bunch of crazy shit and prosper off of it, honestly, because this is the world we live in. They could prosper off all this shit. You know, people, if she wanted to start singing now, they'll listen to her music because she can talk about, she can make a song called Surviving R. Kelly. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be a hit just because she owned it. Everybody know her name now and all other stuff that's going on. So why not now? Because I think that they genuinely feel connected to this man.
That's what I feel. I think they love him now. I think it might have started out about the money and trying to, you know, get this and get that from him. But after that, all that time, they done grew to love him. That's their man, they boo. So they gonna go down with him, I guess. They gonna be having to put money on his books and stuff. So at least he got two of them.
Yeah.
How many did he have in the house? 3 or 4?
Yeah, like I said, you know, I got to think about the R. Kelly mechanism, you know, because they say one is so close to none. You know, I might need to get like Kale's. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep them handcuffed in the den, and you know, make sure they ain't got no shoes, and feed them Tostitos and Starbucks.
Yeah. But like you said, if they want to make some music, this their time. They better go on strike while it's hot.
Yeah, because anybody right now, you know what I'm saying? The thing about it is, if you left right now, anybody who worth a little bit of salt, because right now the hot thing to do is turn on R. Kelly. And knowing that you had his fame and attention on you, if you would leave and say, I want to make some music, man, record companies would throw deals at you right now. Just because. They'll throw a couple of $1 million deal at you right now just because you're going to be fucking hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll be a hot top, even if it's only for a couple of weeks. People will listen to your music. You'll be able to, you know, capitalize on that shit. But
all the victims should get together and do an album then. Since he can hit some of them.
What they gonna do? We are the world. We are the girls. Yeah. That's what they gonna do. We are the girls, and it'll be about R. Kelly and how he victimized.
Survivor. I'm a survivor. What's that song? I'm a survivor.
No, they're gonna do a remix. Ain't that a bitch?
The remix. That's right. They better go on out there. They got the spotlight now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. They better get it right now. You know. That shit is wild.
Are you surprised that more of his celebrity friends haven't come out in his support?
Oh, you know, here's the thing.
He's done a lot of collaborations with people. He don't work with some of everybody in the music industry.
Yeah. And that's the thing, and that's what bothers me is because, and Mike made a good point when he called in earlier, all these people that he's done work with, all these people that he's benefited, all these people whose names he's helped get to a higher plateau. But you don't hear anybody saying anything. They all just acting like they silent. But I'm telling you why they're not. And the reason why they're not is because they doing the same fucking shit. And they don't want to get connected
got me
to
to thinking that too. Yep.
And if they come out and help him, or they get found out that they helping him, or they commenting lightly on his ordeal, people finna start looking in their direction. Well, what the fuck you doing, nigga? What you got going on? Look, I'm telling y'all ain't peeping game. It's a reason why Oprah got a girls' school way out in Africa. Shit, she the one y'all need to be watching on. So y'all, she going out to Africa to do her dirt. She just as bad. Oprah be acting like a man too, doing her shenanigans. But y'all don't care because some little African girls. Shit, y'all some motherfucker here in America y'all concerned. Look, I'm trying to throw Oprah under the bus too. Goddamn, she throwing R. Kelly under the bus like she doing MJ bad. I'm throwing everybody under the bus. Goddamn it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
They gonna get me. I've been on this phone a long time.
How long we been talking? Look, we just over here. we been chatting. Oh yeah, Broderick back. He gonna start talking shit. He gonna get on you, baby.
I always tell him come hang my phone up then.
I ain't got no. He said, "Damn, that's a Rockefeller broke up because Jay worked with Jay, knowing he messed with Aaliyah. Didn't Aaliyah get kind of put into a situation? You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Because wasn't Aaliyah rumored to be with two or three different motherfuckers, like, because there was the Dame Dash connections, there were the because I question, I don't know if she was older then, but when she was with like Timberland and all them, seemed like she was still relatively young when all that was going on. She was with Timberland doing the music, R. Kelly's situation.
Yeah, but Timberland said he was interested in her, but she was too young for him. I saw some article about that. And then Dame Dash, she got her like when she was in her 20s. She was early 20s, so might have been 21, 22. So they definitely at least waited. But no, Timberland never went after her, because he respected that she was too young for him. So that was good.
I don't know. That sounds good.
Yeah.
They made too much music together. You had some kind of interest at some point in time. You something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about those young stars. Like when they have to work with the grown men and stuff, I feel like those grown men see them as older.
Yeah, because motherfucker get around a motherfucker.
That's why you gotta watch your kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Look, I can't be caught a body. I could be fuck all that celebrity, fuck all that other shit. I'll be the counter body of this motherfucker. Fuck what y'all talking about. I don't care if that's your favorite artist or not. You give him R.I.P. He gonna make more money dead than alive. Shit.
Like if somebody else trying to call in, do it tell you.
Yeah, it will.
But I don't want people to be trying to say I'm tying up the line.
No, I got you. You good. If somebody else call in, I'll inform you. Nobody else want to talk. They enjoying the conversation too. They over there Heidi hating. So that's what I'm saying. But I find it very intriguing. That's what I say. But not really intriguing. I find it disgusting. Really, disgusting. Because this is not unusual behavior in Hollywood. Let's be realistic. All these little young stars, all these little young folks that get on, they doing these kids bad. And the thing is, especially you got to think about it especially when you were a teenager. I know when I was a teenager, you thinking you know better, you thinking you grown, you think you on that adult level. So it's no surprise if these kids are doing that type of shit. And these adults know better, but the kids think it's okay because, I'm grown or I'm making money and I feel like I'm an adult. I know better anyway. Motherfuckers be 14 years old thinking they know shit about the world, I have a theory about people. And what I say is that, when people kind of become self-aware, and a lot of people that's usually about that age of, 14, 15-ish, you can tell when they really think they grown because that's kind of where they stop growing. And that's where their mind stays, they still they keep a young mind. They have young, but even when they're older, they still act like they about 14, 15 years old, be 40, 50 years old, because that's when they figure they done got grown or, you know, whatever's else. But, you know, my thing is, we're parents at the bank cash ticket, basically, because that's the thing too, you know. We talk bad about Aaliyah. We play like she's a victim, but we never look at these parents. Where were her parents? Where were Aaliyah's parents? They try to say, "Oh, it never happened." Yeah, the fuck it did. Like, come on now.
They was out spending that money.
Yeah,
that's what they was doing.
And that's what I'm saying. And so people don't realize, man, there's more. It's so many people who are willing to say, well, you know, I've been taking care of this child for so long. I'm tired of taking care of the child. Child can take care of me, you know. And they ain't tripping. You know, they not tripping on none of that shit. Motherfuckers will do anything for fortune and fame, you know. And it's really a sad deal. You know,
they didn't want to be bothered. They didn't want to spend all them hours in that studio with her while she was making her music. They wanted to go do what they wanted to do. Yeah, and that's where a lot of these parents that have these kids make their mistake. It ain't nothing more important than you being there with your child.
Well, people don't give a shit about that, you know. But like I say. But yeah, you ain't lying, Cassie. R. Kelly was stupid. How you gonna go try to get married, knowing she underage like a motherfucker? Go get that document. R. Kelly, but this is why I say, you know, it was funny because who was that called in yesterday? Kelly, I think it was. She said that, you know, his mind seemed like a little boy in a grown man's body, and that's why I wonder about R. Kelly. Like,
that's what I was thinking.
Is he kind of a dumb? You know, is he? Yeah. You know, because he talk about everything else. You can't read, can't write, so you know your mental growth is stunted. But you know he makes great music and all that stuff. You know, you can talk about life experiences and all that. But my thing is, you know, does he think still like a child? I talk about, you know, him damn near being 40, trying to be the R&B thug, and you know, wearing jerseys and doing all that shit. Like his mind state,
his mindset,
is thrown off. You know what I'm saying? You say. You said, did you hear about
because you know I'm used to him singing. You know, I never really saw much of him doing interviews or speaking, but when I was looking at him, I could see the mental illness and stuff. You know, but I didn't notice it when he was singing.
Yeah, and that's what I think. But yeah, because when you're being entertained and the music is good and the words are flowing and all that other stuff, you know, you're not really thinking about it, but.
Exactly.
You know, when you catch them in a real element, you know, when it's a real situation, and you have time to kind of determine and break the shit down, it becomes like, okay, well, what the fuck is really going on? You know what I'm saying? Now, hold on, this nigga ain't quite right. This the shit I've been listening to. This nigga throwed out.
He really is.
Yeah, so it's a very, very odd situation. But so I see somebody said there was a YouTuber that has records of one of the girl's mother telling the daughter to go get them. But here's the thing, though, and exactly, and you know, we talk about music and it try to indoctrinate people and try to, you know, affect people's mind. You ain't lying. Age ain't nothing but a number. Let's be realistic. Y'all know what that mean. That she was with the shit. Motherfucker ain't just singing that just to be cool. You know, again, R. Kelly told you in his lyrics what the fuck was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's motherfuckers all around the industry that's okay with this shit. They trying to put the music out and make you sing it and rap and get it in your mind. And you're like, well, fuck, you know, age ain't nothing but a number. And the reason why you know it's a thing is because there's so many motherfuckers shit in the hood. Anywhere you go, it's motherfuckers fucking with young motherfuckers and they with the shit. So you know where that culture is, especially when you're trying to make these young motherfuckers look way older in Hollywood or the entertainment industry and shit. It's definitely fucking happening, man.
And then remember that Aaliyah and R. Kelly used to dress alike. I guess they was a couple then at that time. But I didn't really think much of it. But now that I look back on some stuff, I be like, oh yeah, they was dressing alike and with each other all the time. Like, yeah.
All these big time producers and record company execs and these motherfuckers, whatever little fetishes and shit they into, trust me, they making sure they get, you want a record deal? Oh, okay, well, you're gonna have to, you know, do this. Because think about it when you're in a position of power, and you know, most of us as regular people, we look up and we say, oh man, that celebrity such such. Oh, she's so fine. Or I mean, we females be like, oh, that dude there is handsome or whatever. Oh man, that's some kind of crush or whatever. But when you the motherfucker that get to put them in play, I ain't be like, oh yeah, that motherfucker there. Oh, I fucked that bitch. Oh yeah, that made her suck my dick. And you don't think of them as nothing because you sitting on top of the tower, they under you, and then it's the same thing that everybody crave for you. But you get to have your way. You looking at these artists as playthings. Oh, I've done this to this one. I've done this to that one, or I'd have my way with this one over here. Then you sitting up there with the other big wigs and y'all laughing about the shit, And that's why I say I still go back to old buddy. That's why I say I'm telling y'all, man, Terry Crews can sell y'all that bullshit if y'all want to buy it. But Terry Crews has done some shenanigans to get in the position that he is, today. And that's why I say there's probably a low key secret rumor in Hollywood that he with the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because one, the fucking roles that he plays is always the same one. He start off playing some type of tough ass nigga and then end up being soft on some so-so shit by the end of the fucking movie. You know what I mean? He started off how he got in the game with Friday.
Wasn't he mad about some man touching on his private area or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he was with he probably with that shit. Some executive, some movie executive, something talking about. He wasn't mad that the man touched him on his private. He's mad that man touched him on his private in front of his wife. That's what he mad about. Because I'm telling you, that ain't the first go around for him. He with that shit, man. And so, I'm telling you,
but they say his wife looked like a man, so maybe that person thought there was another man standing by him.
But he would have tried to double fist it if that was the case. I'm gonna stop. Damn. There's a lot of people that they're trying to include pedophilia and LGBT. No, but yeah, I saw that, man, and that's fucking odd. I saw that shit. But again, it's a lot of people who try to normalize it. People try to justify it. And there is no way to validate it, man. There is no way to validate that type of shit. So it was
always something weird about him to me. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know. I just can't really.
You talking about Terry Crews?
Yeah, Terry Crews. He just always came across as strange to me.
Yeah, he's weird. I mean, if you really see what he's about, like, he's into some weird. Because I think he designs furniture and he be trying to be fashionable on some other stuff. He used to play in the NFL, but I really think Terry Crews is really with the shits because, and I'm not saying just because he likes it, but if you just. He did an article. I think he did an article. It was in GQ or one of those things, and it's just some of the shit that he talks about. It's like, now if you would have been, just because you're a big black dude, you have 1%. But if you'd have been like a frailer looking white guy, people would definitely be, this motherfucker gay. You know what I'm saying? Like just some of the shit that he had going on, that he's into, the shit he's into. I'm into fashion or into certain types of furniture, this type of, like when motherfuckers get into that weird niche shit, people are like, oh yeah, that motherfucker's a weirdo. But because he's Terry Crews and he looked like a big black dude, nobody's saying that. But I'm telling you, that's why I say I really believe that he's probably with that shit. Out in Hollywood, I'm sure it's a low key secret that he with some shit, and it is what it is.
But I never got that straight heterosexual vibe from him. I always got some suspect. Because of them tight pants he be wearing and everything, I don't know. He ain't fooling me. He might have been fooling a lot of people, but brother, I see you.
Yeah, that shit, dude. Why you say he came out about his porn addiction? Ain't nothing wrong with a little porn addiction, goddamn.
Right. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, hey.
Nah, that's wild.
What kind of porn was it?
I don't know. I don't want to know the detail. The man boy legislation. Finland, Norway did last year legislation. More tests to Islam as well, but they Running protocols. Man, this is what I'm saying, and this is why I say I need to get back on my South Park. South Park be ahead of the game. South Park low key be telling motherfuckers shit. Motherfuckers don't be want to hear it. But they was the first ones talking about Tom Cruise and what's his name? Fucking John Travolta being in the closet. That episode was fucking hilarious.
That shit shocked me. I could not believe that they slid by me. Especially John Travolta.
Yeah.
Man, when I started hearing the rumors about him, I was like, oh no. And Tom Cruise, he Yeah, kind of. Yeah, he kind of got by me a little bit.
The check office. Said he wasn't having sex with his wife. He was goddamn, he watching that much porn. You watching South Park right now? That's what I said. I gotta caught back up on my South Park. I haven't watched South Park in a while, man. Is that shit there? They always be on the. You know what I'm saying? They always be back. They be on top of shit. They be giving you the game ahead of time. That's what I'm saying. I'm worried about the internet where they had that troll. What was it? Troll search or whatever. And that's basically what motherfuckers trying to do now. Like honestly, they basically trying to put anytime you never done some shit, they trying to get your shit out there and put your business out. That's what they want to do now. You know, there's no anonymity left on the internet. You know what I'm saying? So you just better be about what you say you're about, because eventually they're gonna expose all that shit. So
eventually. But see, you know what? These celebrities, they make their mistake by going after people that ain't got nothing to lose. These little people don't have nothing to lose by dropping your name and telling what you did, or you was trying to talk to them and this and that. Yeah, always protect yourself and your assets.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Yeah, you're gonna have to fuck with somebody who got just as much to lose as you. But then I think sometimes they think, well, don't fuck with nobody, period. Goddamn, everybody crazy. But you know, they think that because of their celebrity status or who they are or whatever, you know, motherfucker just gonna be starstruck or some shit and you know, be with some shit. But Skank Hunt, yeah, that's what it was. Skank Hunt 42. That was a great episode. But you know, and that's the problem. Like I say, it's just, it is what it is. But the thing is, they done got away with the shit so many times before. It just got to a point where it caught their ass, you know. And so, you know, that's just kind of how shit shake. Yeah, but 'tis unfortunate. It is unfortunate. But Miss Rashida, I just realized what time it is, so I'm finna cut our call short, even though it's almost an hour.
I called it super long.
But it's all good. It was a good conversation. We was covering some topics. We had to discuss some things. But I'm just realizing the time, so I'm finna get my ass in the motherfucking bed. Cause my ass ain't gonna want to get up in the morning. I know the little one got a short day, so I'm gonna make sure she do a whole bunch of school work when she get done, just to be an asshole.
Oh.
Look, fuck
don't worry about it being a long ass call. You should have called in.
Uh-oh. You know, y'all know she to be in the chat too.
My call in sometime then.
Oh shit, get them. Oh, that's funny.
Well,
that's
y'all
funny.
have a good evening, everybody. With my long ass call, I'm gonna take my ass to bed. Y'all have a good night.
Well, I appreciate you. If they don't appreciate the call, I appreciate the call. God damn it.
Oh, thank you. I'll be tuning in tomorrow.
No, already. I'll talk to you then.
Okay then. Bye bye. Good night.
Good night. But yeah. Like I said, we had a good long call. Look, see, I got it in the stream with Rashida like Jay Dizzle do for the South Sports. You know what I'm saying? But man, I appreciate everybody who came through showing some love this evening. And shout out to y'all. Yeah, it's getting a little bit late, so I'm gonna take my ass to bed. I say that, but I'm gonna be on like Twitter at 4:00 in the morning on some bullshit. But we'll be back at it tomorrow. You know, same den time, same den channel. Y'all already know how it goes. Thank you all. We be trying to stay on top. We'll never get there. I'm gonna seriously try to talk more about the Vice video. So if y'all hadn't had a chance to see it, check it out. I'm gonna check out some of these things that y'all recommended so we can speak on those tomorrow. And remember, it's Friday. Tomorrow will be fucking Friday. So if something been getting on your nerves and y'all want to vent it out in the den, hey, it's the place to do it. But with that being said, appreciate it, Cassie. Allie, appreciate it. And good night to all of you. Versatile Titan, everybody. But y'all ain't got to go home. You know, y'all should probably already be at home. It's late as hell. Well, you know, today, you know what I mean. When we actually started on a Friday. This stream started on a Thursday. This still a Thursday stream, goddamn. Just Sarah 335, Daddy, appreciate it. Y'all have a good night. Everybody have a good night, except for Heidi. She's on a different fucking time frame. She ain't even finna go to sleep, so that shit don't count. She's gonna have a good day. Good day to you, mate. But hurrah, DeMarcus. Appreciate all that, man. Y'all have a good evening. I'm gone. Y'all go to sleep. All that good shit. You know, don't watch Oprah show. We banning Oprah. We canceling Oprah. Goddamn. Oh shit! What kind of reward did Oprah give Gayle for doing them interviews? You better get them numbers up.